Chapter 752. The next morning, Yun Nuashing woke up from his sleep. He stopped circulating the 1,000 Dream Heart Sutra, but the other Xian techniques and Xian techniques continued to circulate at a constant speed. The cultivation speed of several Xian techniques was very fast. There was even a vacuum around him. The energy there had been completely absorbed, leaving not a single bit behind. Seeing that the sky had suddenly appeared, he planned to get up and spend a few minutes waking up the girls. He then washed up and casually ate breakfast before heading out. Yang Qian didn't say what time he would arrive in the morning. In short, it wasn't a problem to go early. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath for a while, stretched, and lazily sat up from the bed. When he saw that Ziyin and the others weren't around and seemed to have woken up early, he was stunned for a moment. However, he didn't stay in a daze for too long. He turned over and got off the bed. Suddenly, he was stunned. A tight feeling came from his body. If he had to describe it, it was the tight feeling on his palms, forearms, and legs. This made him curiously lower his head, and then his pretty face instantly turned a little dark. At this moment, he had unknowingly changed into a new set of clothes. He was wearing a light purple dress and white, jade-like gloves that wrapped around his forearms. There was even a beautiful flower beside the gloves. Furthermore, he was wearing long knee-length socks. Even his charming face was adorned with light makeup. His sparkling and translucent jade-like face and colorful hair were curled into the shape of a lotus flower. If he were to strike a pose at this moment, he would probably be mesmerizing to death. A few black lines drooped down Yun Nuashing's forehead. After a moment, he bitterly sighed and reached out to take off the gloves. However, to his astonishment, no matter how hard he tried, the gloves seemed to be stuck to his forearms. Even if he could pull at the end, he couldn't take them off. What the hell? Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he couldn't take off the gloves, then he took off the socks. However, not only the knee-length socks, even the dress on his body couldn't be taken off. It felt as if it was sewn to his body. The black windbreaker that was casually thrown at the head of the bed was also kept by someone. "Little star, you're awake?" A stifled laughter came from the door. The owner of the voice seemed to have just laughed out loud. At this moment, he was forcefully holding back his laughter as he pushed the door open and entered. Yun Nuashing looked speechlessly at Ziyin, who had just walked in, and said angrily, "Girl, I have something to say." "Okay, go ahead." Ziyin smiled and sat down next to him. She even rubbed his pretty face with her jade-like hands. "Forget about the cross-dressing thing. You won't be able to take it off in half a month. Hee, the four of us are all criminals." Yun Nuashing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he heard Ziyin turn himself in and confess his accomplices. He was speechless instantly. So it was not only him and Feng, but even Xiaoxi and Bing were involved. What could he say? Curse? It seemed like he couldn't bear it, but if he didn't say anything, what would happen in the future? The problem was, how should he say it? Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Don't mess around in the future. You're always fiddling with these things while I'm sleeping. Do you really think I'm a doll? Yun Nuashing sighed in distress, not knowing what to say. "Yeah, I think you're a doll. Hee, I couldn't help myself when I saw little star sleeping." Ziyin smiled and stuck out her tongue. Then she said, "Don't worry, I've seen what I shouldn't see. Don't mind these little details." Yun Nuashing was shocked by her words. He subconsciously clamped his legs together. When did this girl become a female gangster? Let's go. Xiaoxi and Feng are waiting outside." Ziyin smiled mischievously. Her pretty face blushed imperceptibly. Then she dragged Yun Nuashing, who had turned into Fairy Yun, or rather Yusin, and jogged outside. However, the latter's eyes were dull, as if she had been played with. In the courtyard, Feng, and the other two girls were sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard. When they saw Yun Nuashing being pulled out, they couldn't help but laugh. This laughter immediately made Yun Nuashing, who was absent-minded, come back to his senses. Seeing the smiling faces of the three girls, he fiercely gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Just you wait." Then they left the courtyard with their tails between their legs. Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly. "To be honest, the sins I've committed in my life are starting to bite me. What can I do? I'm also in despair. What a sin!" As soon as Yun Nuashing came out of the courtyard, he saw a somewhat unexpected person. When the person saw him, she looked at Zian and the other girls behind him, then fixed her eyes on him. Suddenly, she laughed loudly. Her laughter was like the sound of silver bells, crisp and pleasant, but it made Yun Nuashing's face even darker. "Ha ha ha, young Master Yin." "Oh no, Fairy Yin, ha ha. This time it's the real Fairy Yin. You're as beautiful as me." The person who came was naturally Chu Yingzhan. Yun Nuashing didn't know why she appeared at the door, but at this moment he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Just her laughter alone was enough to throw all other thoughts out of his mind. Then he glared at her fiercely. Unexpectedly, Chu Yingzhan laughed even more happily when she saw his expression. Her pretty face was so delicate that it didn't look angry at all. Instead, it looked like she was acting coquettishly, which made him want to play with her. She raised her jade-like hand and hooked Yun Nuashing's chin. She said with a smile, "Fairy Yin, would you do me the honor of drinking with this young master?" "Aye." Yun Nuashing was angry, but he couldn't vent it. He didn't have a place to vent it after a long while. Chu Yingzhan set off with Yun Nuashing and the others. She had already found out where Yun Nuashing and the others were staying yesterday, so she ran over here early in the morning to wait for them. After hearing Zian explain the whole situation, her laughter became even more unrestrained. "Remember to call me next time." I'll come too." She even excitedly said that if they were going to put on makeup for Yun Nuashing, count her in too. "Ha, okay." Then Zian also agreed readily. Yun Nuashing sadly felt that sooner or later he would be ruined by these girls. By the time they reached the east of the city, half an hour had already passed. It was mainly because Chu Yingzhan was beside him. Yun Nuashing couldn't use the light element, but the speed of the group wasn't slow either. Although he was only the second seal of the demon rank, the girls beside him were three gods. One was at the peak of the demon rank, and the other was at the demigod rank. All of them looked stronger than him, so naturally their speed wouldn't be slow either. In the suburbs of the east of the city, Yang Qian and the others were already there. There were also a few youths that they had seen that day. Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to have just come out of the city gate. There were also some people wearing the robes of the Dragon Shadowshan clan following them from the city gate. They seemed to have just arrived too. The few of them descended from the sky. Yang Qian's gaze immediately turned and landed on Yun Nuashing and the others. After a glance, he hurriedly looked away and smiled faintly. "Fairy Chu, Fairy Yun is also here. Since everyone is here, it's about time to set off." This time there were a total of 30 people on Yang Qian's side, including the youths, and 5 people on Yun Nuashing's side. In addition, there were also Chu Yingzhan, who had already started chatting with Zian and the other girls. There were a total of 36 people. As for the things that they had prepared, such as dry rations and tents, they had all been prepared. Whether they would be used or not was another matter. The Sky Fantasy Mountains were 10,000 miles away from the Burning Flame City. Furthermore, within 10,000 miles of the Sky Fantasy Mountains, there was only one Burning Flame City. The others either happened to avoid this region or disappeared in history. "Oh, this time we will announce to the public that we are going to the Lingyu Canyon to train. Let's keep a low profile. It's always better if fewer people know about this for the time being." Yang Qian looked around the group and then said, "Oh." Hearing this, everyone roared in response. The roar caused Yang Qian to stagger and almost fall. He hurriedly roared, "Hey, didn't you say to keep a low profile?" A series of loud laughter came from the crowd, causing Yang Qian to feel a little helpless. He tidied his robes, then waved his hand and took the lead to soar into the sky. The others behind him followed, closely behind. The distance of 10,000 miles was not considered very long for Yang Qian and Yun Nuoxing's group. They did not need to use a few magical beasts as transportation. However, just getting there alone would take 1 or 2 days, even if there was a large group involved. If something happened along the way, it would not take more than 2 days, unless they were fooling around on the way. A demon rank expert could travel 10,000 miles in a day. The strength of these 36 people was also quite good. Other than Yun Nuoxing, Yang Qian and the 6 youths were demigod rank 3 or 4. Chu Yingzhan was demigod rank 8, and most of the others were above demon rank 6 seals. Moreover, the strongest was a god son expert, who seemed to be here to protect Yang Qian. Of course, this was under the circumstance that Yun Nuoxing's group was not included. Otherwise, there would be an emperor god expert leading the group. After walking for 12 to 14 hours, the sky unknowingly darkened. Yang Qian took out a map and glanced at it. He secretly calculated the distance in his heart. After flying for another hour, he took the lead and landed on a flat, open ground. He glanced at the surroundings. This place was surrounded by vigorous green trees and could be considered a relatively hidden place. He looked around for a long time before saying, "Let's set up camp here today. It's less than 1,000 miles away from the Sky Illusion mountain range. We will enter early tomorrow morning." Everyone nodded and did not object. They each found a good spot to set up camp. Other than those who chose to set up camp, a portion of them simply sat cross-legged on the trees to cultivate while being vigilant of their surroundings. As for Yun Nuoxing and the others, they strolled in the forest. Chu Yingzhan could not help but follow them. When Yang Qian saw them, he did not say anything. Their group was each more mysterious than the other, especially that 10-year-old girl. She was an array grandmaster. Even her father would have to be polite to her when he saw her. He did not bring anyone else from the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce for this exploration. It could be said that he acted on his own. This was not because he was eager for quick success. He was equivalent to an advance party. It was better to explore first. When the situation stabilized and he felt that there was a need to call for reinforcements, he would inform the other experts in the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. The time of a god expert was very precious. Before Yang Qian figured out the situation, he was unwilling to act casually. "Yang Qian, in the blink of an eye, where did those fairies go?" At this moment, those few youths walked out of the forest slowly. They had just gone to clean up the demonic beasts and demonic beasts in the forest. In the end, they did not see anything after walking around. Furthermore, the atmosphere in the forest was a little dull, which made them feel uncomfortable. "What's wrong? You're thinking of seducing those fairies? Don't blame me for not reminding you, but there's a formation grandmaster in their group. The other key to the Sky Illusion mountain range was unlocked by that grandmaster." Yang Qian looked up at the carefree young man with a grin on his face. "Grandmaster? That has to be above the 8th stage of the divine level. Don't brag. They are only in their 20s. How could they?" That carefree youth blinked, then laughed and shook his head. He stared at Yang Qian and said. However, when he saw Yang Qian's extremely serious gaze, he was stunned. Could it be that you are not joking?" That carefree youth scratched his head awkwardly. The few youths beside him also looked at each other in disbelief. They really did not want to believe it, but they had known Yang Qian for so long and knew that he would not speak without thinking. Could it be that it was true? Now, if you feel that you are lucky, you can go and flirt with them," Yang Qian said with a smile that was not a smile. Didn't they see that he was self-aware and did not go and flirt with them? These guys were really thick-skinned. If one were to say who liked women the most in this group, it would be Yang Qian. At this moment, even a veteran in the field of love like him had silently stopped. It was obvious that there was a problem. Cough. If that's the case, Won't it be very dangerous to bring them along? The carefree youth coughed dryly and muttered, "We only have one God-level expert on this trip. If they have that kind of strength and want to do something, then we can only blame ourselves for being unlucky." Yan Qian was also a little helpless. He sighed and said, "Well, they were the ones who unlocked the key. According to the agreement, I do have to bring them along if they want to come. However, even if we send reinforcements, we probably won't be able to deal with that Grandmaster. We can only save it. It's good that you didn't become an unscrupulous merchant. Can't we really not call for reinforcements before we find out the situation clearly?" Another youth who looked very indifferent said, "Those who can enter the Chamber of Commerce, unless they are guards, are all unscrupulous merchants. For example, me Koff. We won't act without seeing the hair. This time we came out to explore first. We can only be honest people and play some tricks. I haven't lived long enough. If that master moves his finger, we will all be wiped out." Yang Qian coughed dryly. The few youths also smiled bitterly. It seemed that this was right. At night, Yun Nuoxing brought the few of them to walk casually in the forest. Xian and the others did not care about anything. They chatted happily with Chu Yingzhan. It was peaceful along the way. The forest was unusually quiet. Even some magic beasts that were active at night did not seem to move. Gradually, Chu Yingzhan felt that something was wrong. Yun Nuoxing seemed to be walking casually, but he seemed to be looking for something. This made her feel uneasy. She said weakly, "Hey, where are you going? Don't tell me you want to find a remote place to kidnap me and sell me?" Yun Nuoxing stopped walking and looked at Chu Yingzhan strangely. He said in surprise, "Why are you so smart? Help, murder, kidnapping, robbery. This fairy is about to be kidnapped." Chu Yingzhan looked at him pitifully. She opened her mouth wide and screamed at the top of her lungs. Her voice did not even travel 10 meters away. "Scream all you want. No one will pay attention to you, even if you scream until your throat breaks." Yun Nuoxing smiled evilly and rubbed his hands. He looked at Chu Yingzhan like a wolf that saw a fat sheep. "Throat, throat, break your throat. Mwahaha." Xian and the others were speechless when they saw the two of them showing off their acting skills. Can't they talk properly? These two drama queens. "Cough, let's get down to business." After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and pointed at the surrounding trees. He said, "Look, can you see anything wrong?" Chu Yingzhan looked at the trees suspiciously. She tilted her head and blinked her beautiful obsidian eyes. After looking for a long time, she shook her head. This array master can't see anything wrong. She thought that Yun Nuoxing was asking her to see if she could see any traces of an array. She rolled her eyes and said, "It's not an array. Look more carefully." Chu Yingzhan focused on a big tree for a long time. Then she shook her head and looked at a tree beside her. After a long time, just when Yun Nuoxing thought that she had seen something, she suddenly shouted, "Very big!" Yun Nuoxing was speechless. The corners of his eyes twitched. He asked, "What else?" "Also very tall, very green. The branches and leaves are lush. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree." Chu Yingzhan giggled as she reached out her jade-like hands and counted the branches. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He wanted to scold her for being an idiot. What else? Chu Yingzhan turned around and looked at him innocently. Her little face was full of anticipation. 0 points. "Go and see for yourself." Yun Nuoxing turned his back to her and walked elegantly into the depths of the forest. Ah, you miser. You can't be like this. Hurry up and tell me. I was wrong, okay? This fairy will apologize to you." Chu Yingzhan saw that he was keeping her in suspense and immediately became anxious. She jumped up on the spot and chased after Yun Nuoxing. She grabbed his hand and said pitifully. Yun Nuoxing didn't even look at her. He dragged her with one hand and continued to walk forward. He took the time to say, "Fend for yourself." You're going to be the death of me. Big brother Yun, tell little sister. Chu Yingzhan dragged her words and pleaded in a sickening tone. Yun Nuashing had goosebumps all over his body. He sighed bitterly and stopped in his tracks. When Ziyin and the others walked up, he looked at Ziyin and said, "Little girl, tell her." Ziyin stared blankly for a moment. She stroked her hair with her jade-like fingers and said hesitantly, "I don't know if it's right or not. I just feel that this forest gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. It's as if these trees are missing something, or as if there's something strange in them." Chapter 753. A strange feeling? It seems a little strange, but I can't tell what's wrong with it. Chu Yingzhan tugged at her hair in distress. She looked at Yun Nuashing in confusion, hoping that he could explain it to her. "Yes, it's fine as long as you can sense it here." Yun Nuashing nodded. Then he waved his hand gently, and a wisp of wood element condensed in his palm. He said, "You don't have the wood element, so you can't sense it as clearly as I can. From what I can sense, this forest is dead." Dead. Chu Yingzhan cried out in surprise. Mei Mao looked at the trees beside her, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. "You'll know once you take a look." Yun Nuashing nodded. He walked in front of a tree and slapped it hard with his palm. Bang! With a dull sound, the brown bark was smashed to pieces by the palm, revealing a silver-blue color. It was as if the tree had turned silver in an instant. Even the leaves were silver-blue in color. "This is—" Chu Yingzhan looked at the silver-blue tree curiously. Then she turned to look at Yun Nuashing. "This is a kind of sculpture that has been eroded by the power of the void and contaminated by the power of space." Yun Nuashing rubbed his palm gently on the silver-blue tree. He said, "The overly dense power of space destroyed its shape in an instant. The remaining power preserved its shape, and it became like this. This tree has been frozen forever at the moment when the power of space swept over. It has been preserved as a crystal. I'm afraid the surroundings are like this, right?" Yun Nuashing sighed softly. He raised his head, and a light purple flame condensed. Then a shock wave suddenly exploded. It automatically ignored Ziyin, Chu Yingzhan, and the others and bombarded the surrounding trees. Ka! The flame shock wave shattered the brown bark of the trees, turning it into powder that drifted in the air. What appeared in front of everyone was a silver-blue forest. The color made Chu Yingzhan's hair stand on end. Now we can basically confirm that the Sky Illusion mountain range has undergone a large-scale spatial transfer or spatial overlap. She also looked at the silver-blue forest and said, "When a large-scale spatial transfer or spatial overlap is carried out, it will condense an excessive amount of spatial power. When the spatial power condensed is too large, it will automatically compress into extremely condensed energy. Furthermore, when the transfer or spatial overlap occurs, the compressed energy will return to its original form. The compressed energy is enough to create a huge shock wave. Depending on the size of the object, this shock wave, it can even sweep over hundreds of thousands of kilometers." Of course, this method is very ancient. Now, there are safer space warp and space shift, so the above situation will not happen. She played with a strand of hair, then looked around and sighed. The situation here is a trace left behind by the first situation, and according to Yang Qian, it should be a trace left behind by the overlapping of space. The range of the impact is really not small. This entire forest has been turned into a fossil. If we dig it out, can we sell it as a piece of art? Yun Nuashing also sighed. No wonder there were no magical beasts here. They were probably all dead. The earth here had also died along with the trees, and it probably wouldn't recover. Spatial transfer and spatial overlap were already common 2 or 3 eras ago. There shouldn't be any spatial overlap. Furthermore, looking at the traces here, it shouldn't have been 10 million years ago. Oh, how strange. She muttered. She said the last sentence very softly. Even Yin Nuashing didn't hear her, nor did she pay attention to it. It seems that even if we don't want to pay attention to the Sky Illusion mountain range, we have to take a look. Yun Nuashing said casually. She then looked at Yi Shi and suddenly thought of something. She said, "Little Shi, when you raised the price with Yang Qian, did you know about this Sky Fantasy mountain range?" Yi Shi nodded and said, "I know, but I don't know much about it. I only know that it's a place similar to a secret realm. As for what's inside, I don't know. However, there's nothing wrong with asking for a higher price. If it weren't for the fact that he still has a key, I would have snatched it and gone in to take a look myself." Everyone smiled bitterly. Is it really okay for you to be so straightforward? After wandering around the forest for a while, they didn't find any more meaningful clues. Yun Nuashing and the others returned to the camp. When they returned, they saw Yang Qian and the others looking at them curiously. They looked like they wanted to talk to them, but didn't dare to. Yun Nuashing couldn't be bothered with their strange looks. She casually set up a tent, set up a spatial formation, and went in. Xian and the others also went into the tent. Chu Yingzhan hesitated for a while, then muttered, "I'm just too lazy to set up a tent." She also went in after them. The space inside was much bigger than it looked. It was at least the size of a small attic. Let alone 6 people. Even 10 people wouldn't find it cramped. They casually rested for a night. Early in the morning, when the sun had just risen, Yang Qian woke up everyone who was sleeping. He also very carefully woke up Yun Nuashing and the others. Facing the light of dawn, the group tidied up and set off again. After a day of hurrying, the distance of 10,000 kilometers was now less than 500 kilometers. Most of them were powerhouses of the demon rank and above. They slightly increased their speed and arrived in front of a mountain range in less than an hour. At this time, the sun had just risen. "Oh, we've arrived. The Sky Illusion mountain range." Yang Qian reminded them from the front. Everyone hurriedly raised their spirits and looked ahead. Before them was a stretch of mountain range that was like a tall wall. The height of the mountain range was more than 1,000 meters. The side of the mountain that faced them was as smooth as a mirror. Before the sunlight shone on it, they could see the glossy luster, as if a part of it had been perfectly cut off by a sword. Those 10,000-meter-tall peaks were like blades that were slanted towards the sky. The brownish-yellow luster flickered with a frightening radiance. On those densely packed blades, there were even corpses of demonic beasts, as if they were trying to intimidate them. There's a very large barrier outside the mountain range. Ordinary methods can't break it. Young Master Yang, it's your turn. Yun Nuashing's evil spirit eye tightly stared at the mountain peak filled with corpses. His eyes flickered with a substantial radiance. In his eyes, there was a huge array that couldn't be seen through. After a brief moment, he looked at Yang Qian and smiled. Hearing that, Yang Qian also smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the small bell and a small hammer appeared before him. He lightly held them and used the small hammer to lightly strike the small bell. Dong! The sound of the bell wasn't clear. Instead, it was somewhat muffled. Circles of ripples appeared in the air, causing the brownish-yellow mountain range to ripple like water. Following that, a colorful barrier slowly appeared before everyone. That barrier seemed to encompass the entire Sky Illusion mountain range. It was difficult to see its entire appearance with a single glance. That barrier was like a soap bubble wavering in the air, giving people the feeling that it would shatter in the next second. As the bell rang, the barrier that was like an inverted bowl gently swayed. Following that, a crack slowly appeared in front of everyone, before slowly expanding. As the barrier opened up, thunderous vibrations resounded between the heavens and earth. The mountain range also started to violently shake. The crack also started to shake even more violently under the shaking. In just a short while, it expanded from the width of a person to 100 meters wide. When everyone saw the situation inside, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. That's Yun Nuashing also widened her eyes in astonishment. What appeared inside the crack was a silver-blue world. Or rather, it could be said that the Sky Illusion mountain range was encompassed by a silver-blue world. That was a crack in space, not the void. There was only deathly darkness in the void, and this silver-blue world was just a crack between space and the void. It was filled with the power of space. Space, and even time, had become extremely chaotic there. If one wasn't careful, one would be teleported away. As for where one would be sent to, that would be up to fate. A crack in space. A place like that actually exists. She was also a little surprised. As everyone knew, when one shattered space, one would see a pitch-black void. The void wasn't incomparably sturdy, and it could also be disturbed by stronger forces. If the void was shattered, one would be able to see the hidden barrier that belonged to the domain of time. That was the natural barrier that guarded the intersection of space and time. The space crack didn't belong to space, it didn't belong to the time barrier, and it also didn't belong to the void space. It was a thin layer of separation between space and the void space. Because it was so thin, even a mortal level warrior could casually tear it apart. However, to open it, one had to have a great amount of power. Maybe a great god realm warrior could do it, or maybe someone who was proficient in the power of space could do it. However, this was the first time that everyone had seen such a theoretical situation. Moreover, there were people who had set up a barrier to isolate it. After everyone entered, the crack slowly closed. At this moment, the space around them was filled with a silver-blue river. The space in the crack in space was constantly flowing like a fine art painting. It looked mysterious and fascinating. Yun Nuashing reached out to touch behind him, but he didn't touch the edge of the barrier as he expected. This made him realize that the moment he entered the crack in space, the boundary of space became blurred. This was in the crack, not the barrier. The barrier was just an entrance. This is the aura of the primordial era. Yi suddenly cried out in Yun Nuashing's soul, startling him. Then he heard her continue. The aura of the primordial era, but there's no aura of the great samsara in it. This place was exiled into the void and only returned to this place in recent years. Only by staying in the void can one not be contaminated by the aura of the great samsara. Returned? You're saying that this place was once separated from the realm of the gods? Drifting in the starry sky? Yun Nuashing asked, puzzled. I don't know. This place does have the aura of the primordial era of the realm of the gods. Go and look around. See if there's anything that can be used as a clue. Ziyi shook her head. With the help of Yun Nuashing's eyes, she looked at the silver-blue world. Her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed. It seemed that many thoughts were surging in her mind, but she couldn't find a concrete answer. The Een spirit flame is moving slightly. Something might have attracted its attention. Don't worry, it's not a divine flame. It might be something else. Ziyi said again. Yun Nuashing was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, the latter half of her sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He could only smile bitterly. However, it also made him curious. If it wasn't a divine flame, what else could have attracted the Een spirit flame's attention? The mountain spirit flame and purple night flame didn't react. Be careful. Don't spread out too far. We still don't know what's inside. Yang Qian said softly. Everyone nodded. Yang Qian. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's sudden call made him turn his head. He smiled at her and said, "What's the matter?" Ignoring the smile that he thought was very charming, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She looked behind her and said, "Try and see if you can open the barrier." Hearing this, Yang Qian was also stunned. After a moment, he nodded. He picked up the small bell and hammer that he hadn't put in yet and gently knocked. Ding! The different sound of the bell caused Yun Nuashing and the others to tremble slightly. This bell was like the crisp ringing of a bell. It didn't have the grand and heavy sound from before. Yun Nuashing and the others looked around vigilantly. They wanted to see what was going on. However, The sound of the bell rippled slightly in the air and quietly disappeared. It didn't even cause the space to ripple in the slightest. I think we're trapped here. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh softly when she saw this. That seems to be the case. Ha ha ha. Yang Qian was also stunned for a moment. Then he laughed dryly, causing everyone to be speechless. Did you understand, or were you scared silly? After laughing dryly for a while, the expression on Yang Qian's face eased slightly. He mumbled for a while, then helplessly turned his head and looked at Yun Nuashing. Then we can only find another exit. I can't open it anyway, but it's no big deal. The worst case scenario is that we'll be trapped here forever. Yes, that's all. Yun Nuashing replied with a sigh when he said the first word. Her words made everyone's hearts turn cold. However, they looked at Yi Shi with hope. She was a great array master. She should have a way. Don't look at me. The space in the crevice is already chaotic to a certain extent, let alone a teleportation formation. We might not even be able to find an exit. Yi Shi helplessly shrugged her small shoulders when she saw everyone's hopeful gazes. She spoke in a rather heartless manner. Don't. My 2 elder sisters must have a way, right? Little sister, this little fairy is in the prime of her life. I don't want to be buried here for no reason. No one will remember me, even if I die like this. At most, the detestable father and mother who cheated their daughter will cry and say that I just ran away from home and haven't had enough fun. Isn't this dying before achieving victory? Before the others could react, Chu Yingzhan's little face suddenly collapsed. Her expression was as exaggerated as it could be. Her words also made Yun Nuashing and the others a little speechless. Chapter 754. In the pitch-black tomb, there was a hole that was more than 100 feet high and more than 100 feet wide. Neat, rectangular areas were dug out from the stone walls on both sides. Statues and murals were placed on top of them. The stone statues and murals gave people a very oppressive feeling. They were incomparably heavy, making the already dark tomb even more gloomy and terrifying. Half an hour ago, Yun Nuashing, Yang Qian, and the others discussed for a while and left behind a jade slip. The 2 groups then split up to find a way out. The huge spatial crevice was much bigger than what they could see from the outside. This was originally the interior of the Sky Fantasy mountain range, but another piece of land was forcefully stuffed in. Perhaps because of poor technique, these 2 pieces of land did not merge together. Instead, they were stacked together, making this space appear extremely vast. The piece of land that was forcefully stuffed and divided the Sky Fantasy mountain range into 4 parts from the middle. The piece of land that was forcefully stuffed and occupied the most central position. This was discovered by Yun Nuashing's group after they split up. It was not a shocking clue. It was better to say that they were mentally prepared for it. Yang Qian and the others also seemed to have discovered something, but they didn't find anything special. They saw a city. Perhaps because it was in the spatial crevice, the city was well preserved. It was just that there was nothing inside. There were many traces of battle, like traces of a great battle. On Yun Nuashing's side, they were following a very irresponsible leader. This leader also very casually let a wisp of inexplicable consciousness in his body lead them forward. As a result, they were led into this extremely strange tomb. However, they didn't know at first. From the surface, they saw a house. After pushing the door open and entering, it turned into a tomb. Even the door was gone. This also made them realize that this was caused by the chaotic space here. Trouble after trouble. Speaking of which, are you all afraid of ghosts? Why are you holding on so tightly? I'm afraid of ghosts too. At this moment, in the tomb, several bright crystals were floating. They were 10 meters away from each other, illuminating the space within 100 meters. Yun Nuashing walked with difficulty because he was being pulled by several pairs of jade-like hands. His clothes were all messed up. However, looking at Ziyan and the others, they didn't seem to be afraid. At least, they weren't afraid of him. His heart was beating like a drum. Looking at the dark tomb, he felt his heart tighten. You're already an adult, yet you're still afraid of ghosts. I think ghosts will be more afraid of Brother Nuo. Yi Shi, who was walking in front, turned around and smiled mischievously. She made a face at Yun Nuashing. If there really were ghosts, they would probably be scared out of their wits when they saw Yun Nuashing's crazy appearance. However, Yun Nuashing's elegant clothes and pitiful face didn't have any power at all. So you're afraid of ghosts. Hee hee. A dignified demonic realm cultivator is actually afraid of ghosts. Don't worry, the space within 100 meters is illuminated. Even if there are ghosts, they won't scare you. Even if they suddenly appear, there's still this very fairy. Chu Yingzhan smiled sweetly and waved her small fists, looking fearless. Yun Nuashing looked at her strangely and sighed. Then don't pull on my sleeve. It's going to tear. I'm supporting you so that the space won't be chaotic and everyone won't get lost. It's the most tiring thing to look for someone. Chu Yingzhan curled her lips, turned her head, and snorted softly. As she spoke, she gripped Yun Nuashing's dress even harder, making the latter very nervous. She was afraid that she would tear her dress. You're the one who's afraid, aren't you? Yun Nuashing glanced at her, then looked at Zian, who was almost half in his arms, and Feng, who was walking in front of him and holding his hand. She couldn't help but sigh. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. They're just ghosts and otherworldly items. What's there to be afraid of? To tell you the truth, I've seen otherworldly soldiers. Chu Yingzhen blushed and rolled her eyes at Yun Nuashing. Then, she waved her small fists and began to brag. Looking at her playful bragging, Yun Nuashing, Zian, and Feng looked at each other. Then, Yun Nuashing smirked and looked forward. Suddenly he screamed, "Ghost!" Ah! Chu Yingzhan was also startled by this scream. Her pretty face changed dramatically. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing and threw half of her body into his arms. Then, she raised her head nervously. However, before she could raise it, she quickly lowered her head. She wanted to look, but didn't dare to. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought you weren't afraid of ghosts? Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Yingzhan was startled when she heard this. She hurriedly raised her head, only to see that the area in front of her was completely empty. There was nothing there, only a few tattered coffins and tombs standing below the stone statues to the side. It was quiet, as if it had been there since ancient times. After a while, Chu Yingzhan's pretty face suddenly turned red. She quickly struggled out of Yun Nuashing's arms and glared at him angrily. You tricked me. Look at how cute you are. It would be a waste if I didn't play with you, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Hearing him admit it, Chu Yingzhan immediately exploded. She was so angry that her beautiful hair fluttered even though there was no wind. She punched Yun Nuashing's chest with one of her jade-like hands, and her other hand also punched down angrily. Little fists are punching your chest. Are you acting coquettishly with me? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle. Her punches were small and delicate, so he didn't feel any pain. Screw you! Chu Yingzhan angrily slapped his chest and snorted. She turned her head and ignored him. However, her jade-like hands were still grabbing Yun Nuashing's sleeves, as if she was worried that he would disappear. Zian and Feng smiled as they looked at each other. Since Little Star was teasing Yingzhan, it also proved that she was someone worth befriending. It seemed that they didn't have to be too wary of her. At this moment, Little Bing Er, who was walking behind them and pulling Yun Nuashing's long hair, asked curiously, "So Daddy is afraid of ghosts?" Because this was the first time Bing Er called Yun Nuashing in front of her. This form of address made Chu Yingzhan stare blankly for a long time. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing in astonishment, then turned her head to look at Bing Er and asked in astonishment, "She's your daughter?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He thought for a moment, then saw Bing Air's dependent gaze and could only nod helplessly. In name, you can just take it that way. AI in name? I understand, I know. Chu Yingzhan looked at him in astonishment, then sighed and nodded. She looked as if she already knew everything, which made Yun Nuoxing's expression become a little strange. Just as Yun Nuoxing felt that something was wrong, Chu Yingzhan sighed and looked at him meaningfully. Then she looked at little Bing Air and whispered in his ear, "Did you get cuckolded?" Uft! Yun Nuoxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of water. Although this sound was very soft, Ziyin and the others still heard it, and their expressions became extremely strange. Yi Shi, who was in front, happened to kick a handful of soil. She didn't react in time and staggered and almost fell. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched for quite a while. His face was as black as charcoal. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, his footsteps suddenly paused, after which he slowly raised his eyes and looked forward. He glanced at her and said, "I will teach you a lesson later. TSK, I'm a demigod. No matter what, I'm still stronger than a little demon like you. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips but didn't say anything. When she saw that he had stopped, she also stopped and looked in the direction that Yun Nuoxing was staring. Then Mei Mao also froze. She took a few steps back and came to Yun Nuoxing's side. She looked ahead, cautiously. In the middle of the road, a gray shadow was faintly discernible and seemed to be drifting erratically. Furthermore, this shadow appeared very suddenly, and there was no reaction. It only appeared when they were less than 10 meters away. It was the figure of a young man, about 25 years old. His face was frighteningly pale, and his messy long hair made him look especially terrifying in this gloomy environment. His eyes were empty and lifeless, and contained a sense of loss and pain. His entire body floated half a foot on the ground, like a ghost. Finally, a guest has arrived. A hoarse voice slowly resounded in the tomb. Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned, and they all stared at the young ghost. They knew that this was a remnant soul, and the voice just now was clearly his. There was no other male voice present. "Since you're here, stay with us." That cold and gloomy voice contained pain and ferocity. The young man lifted his head, and his confused eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others with an evil smile. His messy long hair and beard were mixed together. His huge eyes were wide open, and there was a terrifying majesty in them. Yun Nuoxing looked at the pair of eyes and went into a trance for a moment. It was as if he saw a purgatory in the netherworld. Countless vengeful spirits floated between the heavens and earth, roaring at him. Rolling in energy condensed into a skeleton that was tens of thousands of feet tall before him. A giant palm suddenly came down from the sky. "Huh." Yun Nuoxing's expression was absent-minded for an instant before he suddenly let out a loud shout. His shout was mixed with spiritual strength as it abruptly spread outwards. The frightening purgatory seemed suddenly exploded and dissipated when it came into contact with this spiritual strength. At the same time he shouted, Feng Air and the others beside him also shouted in unison and broke free from the purgatory illusion. Then they looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. What did he just say? Why did he suddenly attack us? Chu Yingzhan frowned, and her obsidian-like Mei Mao sparkled as she stared at the young man's remnant soul. That's the language of Kenzaki. It's normal that you don't understand it. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her and wanted to say something, but Shi had already let out a coquettish grunt. Her petite body shot out, and hundreds of spell formations condensed around her in an instant. Like a blue spear, they shot towards the young man's soul fragment. Who cares what he said? Let's kill him first. Shi shouted. She waved her small hand, and hundreds of arrays smashed down. The young man's remnant soul roared at the sky, and an incomparably violent aura swept out like a storm. A gray whirlwind rushed towards the arrays. Bang! 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 The gray gas seemed to be very powerful, but when it came into contact with the arrays, it suddenly exploded like fireworks. It didn't even have the time to spread out before it was annihilated in midair. The young man's remnant soul roared like a ghost. He waved his hands, and two hidden swords pierced out with a shocking cold light. Kacha! The two hidden swords of unknown grade directly hit the arrays. With just a light touch, the two hidden swords instantly shattered into a pile of fragments. The young man's remnant soul was completely exposed under the light of the arrays. Wisps of black gas evaporated from his body under the illumination of the arrays. When the array swept past the young man's remnant soul, his blank eyes regained their clarity. A ray of light flashed past, and the gray soul body also regained its clear appearance. The black gas that evaporated from his soul dissipated as soon as it left his body. When Yishi saw this, she waved her small hand, and the arrays returned to her. She looked at the young man's remnant soul and waved her hand at Yun Nuashing and the others, who were jogging over. She still looked at the young man warily, and the arrays around her spun and spewed out terrifying energy. Ah, the nightmare is over. After dozens of epochs of wandering, I've finally returned to my homeland. Stranger, thank you for freeing me from the nightmare. The young man looked at Yun Nuashing and the others, and smiled as he clasped his hands. The remnant soul was like a candle in the wind, and after the black gas dissipated, he completely lost his strength. At this moment, his body became slightly transparent. His eyes were as clear as a mirror, and he stared at Yun Nuashing and the others with a smile. His transparent body quickly disappeared into the air, turning into specks of light that floated into the sky. Zien and the others looked at each other, and then they all looked at Yun Nuashing. He spoke the language of Kanzaki, and only he could understand it. Chu Yingzhan was still a little confused, but when he saw Zien and the others staring at him, he also turned his obsidian-like Mei Mao to stare at him, although he didn't know what she was looking at. Being stared at by Chu Yingzhan was a little uncomfortable. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly, waved his hand, and hurriedly ran to the place where the young man was just now. There was a lone grave there, and an ancient tablet that had fallen and shattered into pieces. How is it? What did you see? Chu Yingzhan curiously ran next to him and squatted down to look at the shattered ancient tablet. She looked up at him with her beautiful eyes and stared at him in a daze. She didn't even ask why he knew the language of Kanzaki or anything like that. It was as if it wasn't a big deal for him to know, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she wasn't surprised. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He hadn't even read it yet. He squatted down and looked at the words that were blurred and fragmented by the erosion of time. After deciphering for a long time, he finally extracted a piece of information that he felt was useful. He read it softly. Azure Cloud Great Emperor. HM? Emperor Azure Cloud? Hearing this name, Yishi froze for a moment, then hurriedly ran to his side, squatted down, and asked, "What's wrong with Emperor Azure Cloud?" "You know him?" Seeing how nervous she was, Yun Nuashing blurted out in shock. But as soon as he said that, he bitterly smiled. How could little she know the language of Kanzaki that this young man spoke? She probably heard it before. She rolled her eyes at him, then unhappily poked his head with her hand and said, "Emperor Azure Cloud, one of the strongest gods in the Dark Age, but he fell on the path to becoming a celestial. No, perhaps the word fell isn't quite right. Back then, he went missing. There was no news of him dying in battle. These things are still recorded in the Dark Age Hero Spirit Record. Although not everyone knows about it, there are actually quite a few people who know about it. Emperor Azure Cloud was also very famous back then. In the chaotic era of the Dark Age, he stepped into the God realm together with a few other good friends, and they worked together for many years, climbing towards the celestial realm. But in the end, they disappeared without a trace. It was also a strange story back then, so when I heard this name, I felt a little incredulous. She said. After hearing this, Yun Nuashing fell into deep thought. He asked Zai in his mind, "Zai, didn't you say that this is the aura of the far ancient era?" The aura of the far ancient era does indeed smell like this. There's no mistake about it. But why do you say it's the Dark Age? I really don't know. Zai also shook her head in confusion. She came from the far ancient era, so naturally she wouldn't mistake this aura. Or rather, it was precisely because it was the aura of the far ancient era that she felt close to it. Yun Nuashing was silent. He calmly stood up and looked in front of him. A Dark Age hero spirit. Was there any other existence in this tomb? Even if the gods of this generation had amazing cultivation, they couldn't escape the suppression of time in the end. In this dark place where there's no sun, they became ghosts and fell forever. Zian stared at the broken tombstone and sighed faintly. Chapter 755. Hey, how do you know that's the language of the gods? Do you speak the language of the mythological era? I can't tell you. Don't be so stingy, I won't tell anyone. There's only a few of us in this god-forsaken place. There won't be a third, seventh person who knows. Just now, an ancient ghost appeared. Who knows if another one will appear? That's a ghost, just a dead thing. It's already dead. Why would it care about your secret? Hurry up and tell me. Act cute and I'll tell you. Meow. Where's your moral integrity? In the dark tomb, they couldn't tell the direction. There was only one source of light that covered 200 meters. This narrow stone passageway seemed to have no end. The ground was filled with wooden crosses, and occasionally one or two tattered ancient tablets would appear, telling the people in the light source of the desolation of this place. It wasn't that they didn't want to go out, but they had been wandering in this tomb for more than an hour and still couldn't find the exit. They could only continue walking along this endless passageway. Beside them, there were huge stone sculptures and murals that didn't change. The gloomy air spread out invisibly, making the group below feel very oppressed. They could only talk to relieve the gloominess in their hearts. Amidst the banter and banter, an unknown amount of time had passed. The great Emperor of Azure Cloud was not the only remnant soul they had seen. However, he was the only remnant soul that still had a little bit of consciousness. The others, after being shattered by Yi Shi, did not stay for long before disappearing. When they disappeared, they were all in a daze and did not remember who they were in the end. Great Emperor Lingying, Yin Yang Soul God, Emperor God Wuyang, Yun Nuashing spat out the names of the powerful deities of the Dark Age. The more he said the names on the stone tablets, the more shocked Chu Yingzhan and Yi Shi were. Although they called themselves great emperors, they were all powerful deities. There was no one who wasn't a deity buried here. This place was like the graveyard of the gods. Groups of gods were buried here, and a few of them had remnant souls left. However, in the long river of time, all of them had been obliterated. The remaining remnant souls were also in imminent danger. Any god could easily deal with them. Yun Nuashing and the others continued to walk forward, talking about irrelevant things. Suddenly, a lake appeared in front of them. On the calm surface of the water, there was a woman. She was extremely beautiful, and her deep Mei-Mao was like the calm sea. Her temperament was like that of an immortal, as if a real fairy had descended to the mortal world. However, her eyes were dim and lifeless. Her sea-blue eyes, which should have been moving, were now like stones. When Yun Nuashing and the others stopped in shock, the woman in the lake glanced at them indifferently. Her steps did not stop. Every step she took on the surface of the lake caused slight ripples. However, her figure remained in the same spot and did not close the distance between them. Splash! The lake water suddenly roared, creating a wave that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It swept towards the 6 people from Yun Nua planet. The monstrous wave contained a bone-chilling aura that froze the crosses and stone tablets on the ground. Yun Nuashing's mind focused. Just as he was about to make a move, Yi Shi shouted softly. Her petite body rose into the air, and she struck out with her palm. It was as if her palm had pierced through the void and directly hit the waves. Bang! The sweeping waves were smashed into splashes by the petite palm. The bone-chilling cold disappeared in an instant. Yi Shi's figure also swooped down in an instant. In less than a breath's time, she was in front of the woman. From her wide sleeves, a strong power of death gushed out and enveloped the woman. The fairy was stunned. There was no light in her ocean-blue eyes. She watched indifferently as the power of death eroded her. Wisps of black gas were also peeled off from her body and finally disappeared into nothingness. After a moment, Yi Shi quietly retreated. The fairy's eyes regained their clarity. A wisp of helplessness and unwillingness flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. However, it was only for an instant. This expression completely disappeared and was replaced by an expression of relief. Mei Mao stared at Yi Shi and smiled slightly. She nodded at her. Her figure also gradually disappeared like the previous remnant souls. This is the fifth one, right? How many more heroic souls are buried in this pitch-black place? But what I am more concerned about is, where is the exit? Yun Nuashing and the others walked to Yi Shi's side. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and muttered somewhat helplessly, "Heroic souls?" Yi Shi raised her head and glanced at him. Then she looked forward and softly said, "There is a resentment in these remnant souls. It is this power that prevents them from transcending and entering reincarnation. They are imprisoned in this place where there is no light." Imprisoned? These are all deities. Who can imprison them? Yun Nuashing could not help but exclaim in shock. Even deities could be imprisoned? The high and mighty deities are just weak children in front of even more powerful deities. She kicked away the cross erected in front of her. Then she smiled and said, "After dozens of eras, even if they are the remnant souls of deities, they do not have much power left. Any deity can easily deal with them. They are not as terrifying as they look on the surface. Don't worry." Yun Nuashing shook her head and said helplessly, "I am very confident in little Shi's combat power. I am just very worried about whether we can get out of here." As soon as this was brought up, everyone fell silent and looked sullen. They had been walking in this God-forsaken place for 6 hours. Little Bing Air only realized that 6 hours had passed when she was counting the time out of boredom. In the space crevice, there was no clear space. Space turned from an illusory entity into an illusion within an illusion. It was an existence that could not be touched, but could be known. At this moment, it became even more unclear. If it were not for this reason, with Yun Nuashing and Yi Shi's attainments in magic formations, they could easily pass through it. It was a pity that their teleportation formation did not work here at all. After sighing for a while, Yun Nuashing habitually lowered her head. At this time, the lake had disappeared. The ability to change the world with a single thought was indeed possessed by deities. It was just that they were only in appearance. It was difficult for them to release monstrous power. On the ground, there was a severely shattered stone tablet. The fragments were spread over 3 meters. It took a long time to put them together into a stone tablet. Yun Nuashing looked inside and was stunned. She said in astonishment, "Shui Yiwu." Shui Yiwu, the self-proclaimed water deity from the Dark Age? That fairy just now was her? Chu Yingzhen cried out in surprise. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's clothes and could not help but use a bit more strength. Why are these deities gathered here? Why are they all dead? Yun Nuashing frowned. Compared to the titles and names of those deities, she felt that it was a very terrifying thing for them to die here. I don't know about that. Brother Nua is the deity. You can see the characters on the tombstones. Did you not see any information? She shook her head and said softly, "No, many of the broken tablets are blurry. Only the names are clear. Some of the words can be recognized. I know every word, but they can't form a sentence." Yun Nuashing squatted down and looked at the tombstones of Shui, Yiwu, and Water Deity. Other than the names, There was one word at the bottom that she could barely recognize. Chaos. Yun Nuashing murmured. Previously on the Azure Cloud Emperor's tombstone, there was a word drifting. On the second tombstone, there was a word foreign. After that, there was a word shatter, destroy and fall. This one has a word chaos. Can you guys think of anything? Raising his head, Yun Nuashing looked at Ziyin and Chu Yingzhan for help. Anyway, at this time his brain was about to shut down. He knew every word, but it was a pity that the words were not connected together. Who knows if they were talking about the same thing? Even if they were talking about the same thing, it would be difficult to recognize them with just a few words. I'm not too sure. Although I am curious about history, it's only curiosity. I didn't study it too deeply. I do know some things about the Dark Age, but I don't know about this. If I know the time, maybe I can know what happened. Chu Yingzhan murmured. When was the Azure Cloud Emperor? Yun Nuashing looked at Yi Shi and asked. I only know that he was a god of the Dark Age. More than that, I have no way to investigate. Even the Dark Age hero record did not record the year of his birth. In fact, the people recorded in the hero record do not have the year of their birth. It only records what the person did. Yi Shi said, Then isn't there no other way? Yun Nuashing stared. The girls nodded helplessly. They really didn't know. Ziyin's experience was similar to Yun Nuashing's. Although Feng was one of the 4 mythological beasts passed down from the mythological era, she didn't have any specific memories. As for little Bing Er, she was just a month old. She was like a blank piece of paper. Gulialu, while Yun Nuashing and the others were troubled. A strange sound came from the tomb. It sounded like something was rolling. The echo was very loud. It came from the front and made them shudder. Chu Yingzhan was so frightened by this sound that she shrank behind Yun Nuashing. Her obsidian eyes stared mischievously at the darkness in the distance. And she was already prepared for battle. When Yun Nuashing and the others reacted like birds startled by the twang of a bow, the sound went silent again. The tomb was quiet. Only the sound of their rapid breathing could be heard. Pairs of bright eyes looked around vigilantly. After a while, nothing special happened. Only then did they relax a little. Let's go. Maybe the answer we want is in front. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and looked at the hole in the front. She slowly walked forward. Ziyin and the others followed, closely behind. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 4 or 5 hours, little Bing Er was too lazy to count. She held Yun Nuashing's long hair and followed closely behind. During this period, there were occasionally heroic souls who came back to life. However, she slapped away the black matter inside them, freeing the heroic souls from the Dark Age. However, as they walked forward, the number of heroic souls decreased. At first, they would see one every once in a while. Now they couldn't see any at all. At first, the few of them would chat. However, later on, for some reason, they all shut up. The atmosphere became oppressive. It was as if a great demon was staring at them from the deep darkness. After passing through an abyss that suddenly appeared and walking for another hour, a magnificent hall appeared at the place where the crystal shone. Underground palace. She could not help but murmur softly when she saw the hall from afar. In the deep tomb, a hall was embedded in the rock wall. Countless thick stone pillars supported the stone walls from top to bottom. The hall was a mess. There were corpses everywhere. Many of them were broken. Arms, legs, and heads were densely piled together. These people seemed to have experienced a fight before they died. Even the hall looked tragic. The ancient Dark Age. What happened here at that time? After walking into the hall and seeing this tragic scene, Yun Nuashing felt a little suffocated. Some of the corpses piled together were dark gold. Some were pure gold. She knew that these gold and dark gold corpses were the corpses of gods. Even though they were omnipotent when they were alive, now after 70 or 80 eras, only the corpses of gods remained. These corpses of gods no longer have any power. All of them have been obliterated by time. She looked at a golden thigh bone at her feet and let out a long sigh. There was a sense of disappointment in her voice. She could not help but bend down and use her divine essence to wrap her sleeve and pick it up. Not long after Yishi picked it up, the thigh bone trembled slightly and turned into a golden powder that drifted in the air. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuashing and the others could not help but sigh. Gods, gods! The supreme power that so many people pursued was nothing but a speck of dust under the scouring of time. After dozens of eras, they turned into ashes in the end. Is this the end of the gods? But what's the difference between them and ordinary people? In exchange for a vigorous life, they were buried in this dark place and quietly turned into powder. Yun Nuashing sighed sadly. He did not want to talk about the meaning of life here. He just could not help but sigh. He wanted to ask why they had worked so hard for so many years to become gods. Great Emperor Qingyin, Great Emperor Lingying, Emperor God Wuyang, Water Spiritual God, Yin Yang Soul God, they were all gods. The corpses in the hall were also gods. However, before they died, no one thought or knew that their glorious lives would be buried in this unknown place. In the end, why did they spend their lives in poverty? Let's go back. Chu Yingzhan tugged on Yun Nuashing's sleeve, her beautiful face a bit sad. She couldn't bear to see such a scene and seemed a bit sad. There's no way back. Now is not the time to be sad. If we can't find a way out, we will become the second batch of people buried here. Yun Nuashing shook his head. The space in the space crevice is very chaotic. Formations and spatial power are not effective. We can only find a common passage. Since someone was buried here, there must be an exit. Even if it's buried, we can dig it out. Chu Yingzhan bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. After a while, she nodded gently. Chapter 756. In the dusty hall, bones and bone dust were piled all over the floor. In the center of the hall, a giant sarcophagus floated quietly. This sarcophagus was about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was placed on a 6-step staircase. The surface of the sarcophagus was covered in mysterious runes. The closer one was to the sarcophagus, the more bones there were. These god spirits seemed to have been fighting over this mysterious sarcophagus before they died. There were many god spirits in the Dark Age. Even in the Ancient Age, there were many god spirits. However, in the later stages of the Ancient Age, the god spirits went into hibernation. In the Ancient Age, the god spirits did not appear. The Emperor realm was first. At that time, the God Emperor was the strongest fighting force. She said quietly. The skeletons were piled up in a crooked manner. With the slightest breeze, they would turn into dust and scatter on the ground. Yun Nuashing and the others approached the stone coffin. Just as they were 3 feet away, a sense of vigilance suddenly surfaced in their minds. They felt slightly dizzy. Be careful. The thing in this sarcophagus is not simple. Or rather, the runes on the sarcophagus are very mysterious, Yishu reminded them. Dozens of eras have passed. The god spirits have been annihilated in the river of time. What is in this sarcophagus that can cross the boundary between life and death of the god spirits? Yun Nuashing frowned. He also felt that strange feeling. It was as if he would be thrown away if he took another step forward. The aura on the sarcophagus seemed to be eternal. The god spirits had been annihilated in the river of time. Little star, we can't get close to this sarcophagus. As Yun Nuashing took a few more steps forward, Xian and Chu Yingzhan felt a little dizzy. Their faces turned pale. It was as if there was an aura locked onto them. It made them shudder. They quickly took a few steps back. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing turned his head. He saw that only Xian and Chu Yingzhan had retreated. Bing, Air, and Feng were right behind him. They did not seem to be affected. He did not feel anything strange either, although this sense of vigilance was very strange. Xian shook his head and said, "My soul trembles when I get closer, even with my physique. I'm about the same. I don't know the specifics, but why were you able to go up?" This fairy is very unhappy. Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms in front of her chest and watched Yun Nuashing and the others climb up the stairs. She couldn't help but mutter. There was a hint of unwillingness in Mei Mao. Hearing their words, Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows. This situation was quite interesting. Even the 5 elements body couldn't get close, and even the demigod masters couldn't move an inch. It probably had nothing to do with the physique or divinity, since they mentioned the soul. Bing, air, and Feng were both divine beasts, but their souls shouldn't be strong. I guess it's because of the soul contract? Yun Nuashing muttered to herself with uncertainty. After guessing for a long time, she still couldn't figure out the reason. She turned her head and said to the 2 girls, "You 2 go and look at other places. Bing Air, follow them." Hearing the last sentence, Bing Air nodded obediently. She walked lightly to Xian and Feng, and quietly stared at them with her blue-gold eyes. Xian nodded and walked to other places in the empty hall. Chu Yingzhan was a little uncomfortable with Yun Nuashing giving orders, but she didn't say anything at this time. She muttered and followed Xian to the side. Yun Nuashing, Feng, and Yi she carefully looked at the sarcophagus in front of them. As they walked closer, the throbbing in their souls calmed down a lot and became indifferent. This made them even more curious. The sarcophagus in front of them was completely sealed. There was no lid, and even with Yi Shi's Grandmaster level, she couldn't recognize the mysterious runes on it. Yun Nuashing gently stroked the sarcophagus and shook her head at Yi Shi and the others. There were also people who spoke the language of gods in the Dark Age. I thought it was related to the language of gods, but now it seems that it should be the runes of gods or the Dark Age. I can't recognize it. Even Big Brother Nuo can't recognize it. We can give up. There's no need to study it. Hearing this, Yi Shi straightforwardly stepped down from the stairs. Even Yun Nuashing, who had the most ancient knowledge in language, couldn't recognize it. It was basically futile for them to study it. There was no need to waste time. Moreover, there were so many gods. Although they didn't know what kind of earth-shattering battle happened. In the end, they couldn't open the sarcophagus. No matter how hard they tried, it would be useless. There were 4 skeletons closest to the sarcophagus. They probably couldn't do anything to the sarcophagus. Okay, Yun Nuashing also nodded. She turned around and walked towards Xian and the others. Hearing the footsteps behind them, Xian and Chu Yingzhan looked at each other and slowly stood up from their squatting positions. Chu Yingzhan coughed softly and looked at Yun Nuashing with a slightly red face. She said, "Little star, don't we look like we're robbing a tomb?" As she said that, she stretched out her hand. In the palm of her white, jade-like hand, there was a pendant. There was a strange, sky-blue gemstone hanging from the pendant. She had found it while wandering around. In fact, she had found more than one thing. However, when she touched the other things, they all turned into dust and disappeared, like the skeletons. Only this piece was perfectly preserved. Although it was dim and lightless, since it could withstand the erosion of dozens of eras, it shouldn't be an ordinary object. Yun Nuashing took the pendant and looked at it. She gently caressed the strange, sky-blue gemstone and felt a slight touch. However, after a while, she sighed and put it back in Xian's hand. She said helplessly, "Keep it for now. I can't recognize it." Hearing this, Xian and the others looked at her in surprise. Yi she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, the mobile encyclopedia is not working today." 2 blue veins popped out on Yun Nuashing's forehead and his cheeks twitched. He retorted, "Everything that exists here is from the Dark Age and above. If placed in the present, they are all cultural relics among cultural relics, and those that can be left behind from that era are all divine objects. Although I have read a lot of books, I can't recognize everything." "That's true." Yi, she nodded in agreement. Then she joked, "Why don't I go back and get some books from the Dark Age for Brother Nuo so that you can study them?" "Forget it." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head, wandering aimlessly in the hall, looking at the corpses lying in the corners. Yun Nuashing could not help but let out a long sigh. Then he found that there seemed to be a line of words carved on the ground beside one of the corpses. This made him a little surprised. In this hall, almost everything had decayed. He did not expect that there would be words preserved. However, when he stopped and wiped away the dust and wanted to take a closer look, he was disappointed again. The words carved on the hard floor were indeed preserved. However, they were very blurry and couldn't be recognized. However, the blurry words here were different from the blurry words on the ancient tablet in front. The blurry words on the ancient tablet were affected by the erosion of time. The power contained in the words had also disappeared with the passing of the owner. The same was true for the words. However, the words on the ground were destroyed by someone. There were many scratches. It could be seen that it was done by a sharp weapon. She tried her best, but couldn't leave a mark on the ground. It was obvious how strong the floor here was. Even after dozens of eras, it still didn't break. Yun Nuashing still tried to decipher it. Even though it was scratched beyond recognition, there was still a little handwriting left. It was very shallow and difficult to recognize. He could feel a little when he pressed it with his hand. Fortunately, those scratches were a little shallow. If he used more force, he would not be able to recognize it at all. The extremity of heaven, the beginning of Tao. After a long time, Yun Nuashing recognized 6 words with difficulty and said them out loud. When Yi Shi and the others heard him speak, they were all stunned. They quickly pricked up their ears, wanting to hear more. However, they saw Yun Nuashing, shrugging, helplessly. That's it. I can't recognize the rest. I can't recognize anything from those 6 words. She frowned slightly and scratched her hair. Then she said in distress, "But I'll remember it first. I'll look for it when I have the chance in the future." After walking around again, they didn't find anything else. Yun Nuashing and the others could only sigh and look at the deeper passage. It seemed that they could only continue walking forward. On the other team, Yang Qian was a little depressed. After stepping into this strange space crevice, 2 groups of people were teleported away. Their group arrived in front of a dilapidated ancient temple. They hadn't even taken 2 steps when another group was teleported away. A team of more than 30 people was completely scattered in about 10 minutes. Only a few youths and the son of God expert were left. There was no news of the others. What the hell is this place? Yang Qian was very depressed. They had come here as the vanguard to investigate, but they had been scattered into piles without seeing anything. Furthermore, 2 of the soul tablets in his hands had already shattered. This meant that those 2 fellows had been buried here forever. Perhaps even their bones could not be seen. Compared to this, he was more worried about the whereabouts of Yun Nuashing and the others. Not to mention that they had an array grandmaster with them. He didn't know their background. If something happened to them in his hands, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Young master. The son of God expert looked at Yang Qian and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the confusion on his face. It's okay. Let's walk around here first. It's not a good idea to stay here. Yang Qian waved his hand and said, "From now on, don't go too far. Try to gather within a 3-meter radius. If another person is teleported away, we'll be in trouble. We still haven't figured out where this place is. Why don't we go there first?" A youth pointed behind him. There was a vague shadow of a building there. Okay. Yang Qian nodded. He had been watching that place for a while. It was when they were heading towards that place that a group of people had been teleported away. At this moment, the number of people had been reduced to a dangerous level, which made him hesitate. However, there was no use in hesitating. He could only go there first and make the next decision. Waiting was not a good idea. As they flew through the mountains, the son of God expert took out a tough rope and tied it around their arms. This was to prevent the sudden spatial disorder from throwing them out again. After passing through a canyon, they rushed out of the mountain range and arrived at a plain. Yang Qian waved his hand and stopped, looking at the place in front of him. There was some shock in his eyes. This was the ruins of an ancient city. It covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Judging from its size, it must have been a glorious city in the past. However, under the erosion of time, it was now in ruins. The walls had collapsed and the houses had collapsed. Dense forests had grown in many places. It looked like a city in a primitive forest. On the mottled walls, there were many vague marks carved. This city left behind from the Dark Age vaguely told Yang Qian and the others about its former glory. However, time had washed everything away. Desolation flashed across the hearts of Yang Qian and the rest when they saw the shattered walls and houses, as well as the skeletons that littered the ground. Although they did not know what the city had experienced, they could not help but sigh when they saw the once majestic city reduced to a dilapidated field, leaving behind only a desolate land. No one could completely investigate what had happened in the Dark Age. It was likely that no one knew what this city in the spatial crevice had experienced. So tragic. I heard that during the Dark Age, the entire divine world, no, the entire 8 elements realm, was shrouded in a haze. There was an invisible hand controlling everything in the 8 elements realm. At that time, this hand had also done something to the divine world. I don't know if this is the trace left behind by that hand. A weak-looking youth whispered. This was a secret of the Dark Age. Not many people knew about it. Even in ancient books, there were only a few records. It was possible that some ancient books had this content. Invisible hand. The son of God expert asked with a puzzled look. It seemed that he knew something about it. Yes. The weak-looking youth nodded weakly. However, after a moment, he laughed dryly. But during the Dark Age, there were a lot of demonic beasts and monsters in the divine world. Unlike these 2 eras, where they retreated to the extreme plain region, there were basically the same number of humans and demonic beasts in the divine world. In fact, there were even more demonic beasts. In the divine world ruled by demonic beasts, it wasn't rare for a beast tied to destroy a city. Well, I'm just guessing. It's not impossible. Yang Qian nodded. However, he couldn't see anything from the outside. He could only say, "Let's go in and explore first. There's no point in guessing now. We'll know when we see any clues." The Dark Age. The cities of the Dark Age would record some major events that changed the city on the skyward monument in the center of the city. We can go take a look if it hasn't been destroyed, the weak-looking youth said. I say, third brother, can you not be so nervous every time you speak? Can't a real man like you stick out your chest? A youth couldn't help but shout at him. So sorry, everyone. Chapter 757. At this moment, in the dark underground palace, they had left the hall of the gods' graveyard and left the tombs full of tombs. They were deep into the underground palace, surrounded by rock walls and ancient paths paved with bluestones. Fairy little Xing, where is the exit? Chu Yingzhan's face was filled with distress. Her jade-like hands grabbed onto Yun Nuoxing's sleeves as he dragged her forward step by step. Her face was a bit tired. They had already been deep in the underground palace for nearly 3 days, but they still hadn't found the exit. This underground palace had been built into an underground maze. There were tunnels that extended in all directions, and there were even some walls that could be pushed open. Behind these walls was another tunnel. I don't know. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and sighed. Unless we took the wrong path from the beginning, we should be able to get out. It's just a matter of time. Chu Yingzhan frowned when she heard that. She was about to say something, but Yun Nuoxing sighed and said, Don't complain. I'm tired too. We can't replenish energy in the tomb. If it weren't for the fact that we have a strong foundation, we would have been drained. If you can't walk, do you want me to carry you? Yun Nuoxing sighed. She sounded tired. Xian's little face was also slightly gloomy. She didn't have much energy to speak. The energy in the underground maze was thirsty. They didn't know if it was because there was too little energy or something else, but in this underground palace, their strength was slowly decreasing. It might not be a problem for a while, but if it dragged on, they probably wouldn't be able to bear it. "Who wants you to carry me?" Chu Yingzhan muttered. She sighed and said, "The underground palace is constantly draining our strength. If we can't get out in half a month, I will definitely become a dried corpse and become one of those skeletons. I don't want to be like that, save some strength to walk." Yun Nuashing looked at him speechlessly. She used a little strength to support Zian and said, "Don't be too pessimistic. Since people can come in, they can definitely get out. Before we entered the maze, we saw some skeletons. When they fell, they were facing the direction of the hall. Maybe they walked in from outside the maze. I'm looking forward to seeing what Yang Qian and the others are doing. That way, I can determine the location. Even if we destroy this place, we can still get out." Yun Nuashing looked up and said, "But we don't know how deep this place is. It will be fun if it doesn't penetrate the ground." She looked at him and couldn't help but say, "The walls here are very hard. Even I can't do any damage. So we only have one chance." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing looked down at her and smiled gently. This smile also made Yi understand. Yun Nuashing's all-out attack might be able to destroy the underground palace, but if he couldn't create an exit, although they wouldn't be buried underground, Yun Nuashing, who couldn't replenish his strength, would definitely be unconscious. "Then I will pray a little and see if those guys can find an exit," Chu Yingzhan mumbled. Yun Nuashing smiled and didn't say anything. He was also praying, but the possibility of that happening wasn't very high. They walked for a long time in the underground maze. Yun Nuashing suddenly stopped, causing Chu Yingzhan, who was walking almost unconsciously, to bump into him. Her small nose was pressed against his back. Chu Yingzhan came back to her senses and took a step back. She rubbed her small nose and stared at Yun Nuashing unhappily. "What are you doing?" "There's wind," Yun Nuashing replied casually. He walked to the wall and touched it with his palm. Then he knocked on the wall and said, "There's wind, there's an echo. This place is hollow. Shaoxi, come and help me." Yun Nuashing called out to Yishi, then looked at the wall and said, "This underground maze is full of traces of man-made modification. Although this is already a relic from the Dark Age, it doesn't mean that there's nothing left. This might be a secret passage that leads to the exit." She glanced at him, then nodded. She shouted softly and used all her strength to push the 3-meter-long stone wall to the side. Zian and the others were slightly happy when they saw that the wall was pushed open. However, they were stunned when they looked inside. "Are you sure this doesn't lead to the underworld?" Chu Yingzhan said quietly. Behind the cliff, an ancient passageway appeared. The walls were inlaid with a few eternal pearls, illuminating the passageway and allowing them to see the passageway clearly. For example, the sharp swords hanging above their heads, the huge spikes on the cliff, and the rows of sharp blades on the ground made this place look extremely terrifying. Yun Nuashing glanced at her guiltily, then picked up a stone and threw it 6 or 7 meters away. It landed on the ground with a bang. Whoosh! Pooh! 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 Bang! As the stone fell, the passage in front of them was suddenly filled with arrows that turned into a rain of swords and flew everywhere. These arrows hit the wall and actually bounced to the side. The spikes, hanging from the ceiling, suddenly fell like rain. Even the wall was pierced, and arrows as thick as an arm shot out. They nailed the wall on the opposite side and shot out dense cracks. Looking at the passage that had suddenly become like a battlefield, the few of them fell silent. Yun Nuashing's pretty face was also slightly pale. At this time, they were already a little weak. Moreover, these mechanisms were obviously not ordinary mechanisms. They were strange mechanisms that were used to target gods, and even gods. If they were hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's the blade-breaking arrow. The power of these arrows depends on the cultivation level of the person who made them. If it was made by a divine underworld expert, it would have a strong killing power against divine underworld experts. Similarly, the blade-breaking arrow made by a divine underworld expert would have the power to kill divine underworld experts. She walked forward and picked up an arrow. She glanced at it and then said to Yun Nuashing with lingering fear, "However, the craftsmanship of blade-breaking arrows is very complicated. If it could be mass-produced, almost anyone would be able to kill a godly emperor master." She said, and slowly put away the blade-breaking arrows on the ground. These were made by gods and were also a means to fight against enemies. Yun Nuashing fell silent for a while, then suddenly laughed and said, "Look, the craftsmanship of the Dark Age is still not bad. After so many years, these mechanisms are still working. The owner of this maze is also quite diligent." After saying that, he also laughed dryly. Chu Yingzhan, Zian, and the others did not look at him. They just stared at him, quietly with Mei Mao. Their stares made his hair stand on end. He quickly picked up another stone and threw it in front of the passage. However, this time there was no movement when the stone fell to the ground. Chu Yingzhan thought that they could leave, so she wanted to take a step forward. However, Yun Nuashing grabbed her arm. She was just about to ask what was wrong when Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at her. She picked up another stone and threw it in the same direction. Pooh! 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 Dang! When the third stone fell, a blazing blue flame suddenly spewed out of the tunnel. Then, a blade that was emitting a cold light and spanned across the entire tunnel fell from the sky, cleaving a smooth crack in the tunnel. Is this really not the way to the underworld? Even she could not remain calm and could not help but ask. "I don't know. Don't ask me. I only know that there should be no problem this time." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head, as if to prove that there was really nothing wrong. He took the lead and walked forward. Zian and the others were relieved. Even though the spikes that protruded from the rock wall looked terrifying, they felt that as long as they followed Yun Nuashing, they would not be safe. Chu Yingzhan, on the other hand, hesitated for a while and muttered. She looked at Yun Nuashing's back and followed him. She did not dare to stay here alone at this time. They crossed the mechanisms without any danger and walked for a long time in the passage. Then, a huge stone room appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and the others, startling them. There was nothing in the huge stone chamber. There was only a huge magic formation carved on the ground. This magic formation was different from the magic formation that Yun Nua knew. The lines in the magic formation passed through the two energy matrix lines that circled the canvas and extended to the outside. "This is an alchemy array from the Dark Age." Yun Nuashing and she exclaimed at the same time when they saw the huge array carved on the ground. Alchemy arrays can be used depending on the array. This one in front of us. Let me take a look. Yun Nuashing explained softly to Zian and the others. Then he sized up the alchemy array seriously. Before he could see through it completely, Yishi spoke first. "This alchemy array can create weapons out of thin air. Although the quality will not be top-notch, and it cannot be preserved forever, it can create endless divine weapons. Looking at its grade, the weapons created will probably be comparable to level 9 divine weapons. To be more specific, they should be level 9 divine weapons. It's a pity that it can't really go against level 9 divine weapons. Otherwise, this alchemy array would be heaven-defying." Yun Nuashing sighed. He was also a little whimsical. If this alchemy array could really create divine weapons that were comparable to level 9 divine weapons, then forging skills would be meaningless. However, even though it couldn't go head-to-head with a divine level 9 divine artifact, it wouldn't be a problem to go head-to-head with a divine level 8 divine artifact. Moreover, its greatest value should be its ability to be mass-produced. Even though it couldn't be stored for too long, it wouldn't be a problem for it to last for a battle. If it was used in an army, it would be equivalent to equipping an army with an unlimited number of divine level 9 divine artifacts. Yun Nuashing and she looked at each other. then release their soul power without saying a word. No matter what, they had to remember it first. This was the civilization's heritage from the Dark Age, something that did not exist in this era. Seeing their actions, Feng Er and the others also knew what they were doing. They looked at the three women and spread out in the stone room. Most of their gazes were focused on the side of the stone room. There was a flight of stairs that led to the top, but the top of the stairs was blocked by some gravel. If there was no accident, that should be the exit. Phew, this is the exit, right? I want to rest for a while. Chu Yingzhan wiped the sweat off her pretty face. They had been walking around for the past few days, and they could not recover their strength in the maze, so they had suffered a little. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing and Yi, she opened their eyes. They did not immediately comprehend it, but just engraved it. After all, alchemy arrays and ordinary arrays were somewhat different, and they could only know how to operate after studying it. After engraving this alchemy array, the two stood up and looked at the stairs. Then, Yun Nuashing smiled at Zian and the others. Let's go. I hope this is the exit. Yi, she rolled her eyes at him. Could he not say such frightening things at this time? However, she did not delay. Her small white hands shrank into her wide sleeves, and she smashed the huge rock in front of her into pieces. Suddenly, a dazzling silver blue light shone in. This light was like the sun being seen through the clouds. It was so dazzling that the few of them found it very dazzling. Along with the light, a majestic power surged in, making them all breathe a sigh of relief. After their eyes adjusted to the light, Yun Nuashing and the others stepped on the stairs. After coming out of the stairs, they arrived in front of a dilapidated ruin. The silver-blue spatial crack was still flowing in the sky. Phew, we're out. Seeing the silver-blue flowing space, Yun Nuashing also breathed a sigh of relief. These 3 days in the underground maze had made him dizzy. Why are you all here? Yun Nuashing and the others had just come out of the underground when they heard a somewhat familiar, startled voice. They froze for a moment and turned their heads. Then they saw that not far away, Yang Qian and the others were staring at them in a daze. Chapter 758. Our group either died or scattered. It wasn't easy for us to find this ancient city. We came in to explore it, but we couldn't leave. Although this city is very big, more than 80% of it is in ruins. Only the skyward monument in front of us is relatively intact, but we can't understand a single word on it. Yang Qian sighed helplessly and briefly explained the situation to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing seemed to understand something. The tomb they came out of was under the city. They had walked for several days without encountering any spatial distortion. It was likely that the entire city and the tomb below were protected by a force, preventing them from being affected by spatial rifts. The Skyward Monument records the major events that happened in this city. Unfortunately, the words on it are very ancient. They should be words from the Dark Age, said Yang Qian as he pointed at the stone monument not far away. Let me take a look. Yun Nuashing's interest was piqued when he heard that. He walked towards the Skyward Monument. It was a 30-foot-long stone monument that was only a meter tall and wide. It was placed in the middle of the ancient city ruins. The ancient words reflected a faint light under the silver-blue space. The blood-red words seemed to be written with cinnabar. Upon seeing the blood-red words, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. He extended his finger and gently stroked it. His fingertip was dyed red. He sniffed his fingertip and his expression changed slightly. This is blood. Everyone's expression changed slightly as well. They heard Yun Nuashing continue. To be able to flow from the Dark Age without drying up, this is the divine blood of a deity. Yun Nuashing looked at the gaps between the blood-red words and reached out to wipe away the dust. What was revealed were blurry words. The deity who wrote this wanted to leave something behind to inform future generations. He covered up the original contents of the Skyward Monument and used the indestructible divine blood to leave behind eternal words. This should be a very important matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have covered up the entire Skyward Monument's contents and only left behind the blood words. Yun Nuashing walked forward slowly and reached the front of the Skyward Monument. However, he was still a little distressed when he saw the words. These were not words from the mythological era. He could not understand them. Furthermore, he could not understand them either. In other words, these were words from the true dark era. The eternal divine blood has lost its divine power. Although it can affect us, we can't read it with our divine sense. This is the authentic language of the Dark Age. Yun Nuashing turned to look the crowd and shook his head with a sigh. He was also helpless in this situation. Yun Nuashing turned his head around, only to see Chu Yingzhan's beautiful eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. That expression of anticipation caused her eyes to sparkle incomparably, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned. What was wrong with this girl? Cough. Chu Yingzhan coughed dryly. Everyone turned to look at her, thinking that she was about to make a big announcement. Chu Yingzhan raised her chin at Yun Nuashing. There was a playful look on her face, which made him a little speechless. After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, Could it be that you know the language of the Dark Age? Chu Yingzhan grinned. In this strange place, her smile seemed to be contagious. Everyone could not help but relax a little. So that's how it is. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Only now did he realize that she had been saying, all this time. Wasn't she just waiting for him to take the initiative to speak? Then, I'll have to ask Fairy Chu to help everyone take a look at what's written on it. Chu Yingzhan chuckled and ran cheerfully to Yun Nuashing's side. She twisted her waist and pushed him to the side with her, but she occupied the front position and bent down to carefully look at the words on it. After being pushed, Yun Nuashing looked at her with hidden bitterness. However, he did not say anything and retreated to the side. After a long time, Chu Yingzhan looked from the right end of the Skyward Monument to the left end. She took in the few lines of words. Then she stretched her neck and looked up at the sky, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, the few young men beside Yang Qian could not help but ask, Fairy Chu, do you understand what's written on it? Chu Yingzhan nodded. However, she still looked up at the sky as if she was organizing her thoughts. After a while, even Yun Nuashing could not hold it in any more. She slowly opened her small mouth and said, Let me explain it in my own words. Back then, the clansmen of this city all left the God Realm and went deep into the star field to find their home planet. In the end, they couldn't find it and lost the method to return to the God Realm. They drifted through the star field and finally settled down in a desolate world in the starry sky. And before this god died, he wrote these words and then exiled himself into the starry sky, praying that he would be able to drift back to the God Realm. Chu Yingzhan slowly said, What? Yang Qian and the others were stunned. After Yun Nuashing heard this, he was also a little stunned. That's it. That's it. Chu Yingzhan nodded seriously. Then she looked at the Skyward Monument again and said, That's right. That's it. This fairy can vouch for it. So this place was not originally in the realm of the gods. It accidentally fell from the sky and crashed into the Sky Illusion mountain range? Yang Qian asked in astonishment. They had just deduced some secrets about the Dark Age, but in the end it was completely unrelated? The Skyward Monument. At least, that's what this passage says. The content that was originally covered up is no longer clear. Chu Yingzhan nodded. Then she said, If what this god wrote is true, then this world should be in a distant galaxy. Moreover, it should be a very, very long distance away from the realm of the gods. I don't know what happened to make it fall into the realm of the gods. She didn't say anything else because it would make her hair stand on end. Before they entered, Yun Nuashing and Yi, she had deduced that this place should have descended through a large-scale spatial transfer. Moreover, it had happened nearly 10 million years ago. However, the traces left behind in this place should be from that era. At the very least, they hadn't discovered any traces left behind from this era. It didn't mention why this place appeared in a crack in time, nor did it mention how this place came to the realm of the gods. And that thing just now. Yun Nuashing was confused. He kept feeling that something was wrong. He said the last sentence through voice transmission. Many things were involved in the tomb below, so he didn't want to reveal it. He would rather it be buried forever. Moreover, he had a naughty thought. If that god didn't float back to the realm of the gods in the end, what would he think if he found out that the city he originally lived in had unexpectedly ended up in the realm of the gods? There's really nothing left. This fairy can guarantee it, Chu Yingzhan pouted. She was a little angry that Yun Nuashing didn't believe her. She snorted softly. Seeing her insistence, Yun Nuashing didn't ask any more questions. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he trusted Chu Yingzhan to a large extent. He didn't want to think too much about whether she was hiding something from him. In the ruined city, a group of people wandered around aimlessly, digging up the collapsed buildings. Although they were digging up, these decayed buildings were basically crumbling at the slightest touch. It didn't take much effort to clean them up. The space in the crack in time is extremely unstable. Even if there's some kind of power that has preserved this city, it doesn't mean that it won't be eroded. This protective measure doesn't seem to be as well preserved as the rain country that Big Brother Nu'a and you've seen. The buildings there only look like they've been there for a long time, but they're not as decayed as here, Yishi said as she stood on the roof and looked at the collapsed buildings around her. Didn't you say that this is a mystery realm? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but mutter. But this is clearly a ruin of a ruined city. I'm not taking the blame for this. I'm not taking the blame. If you want to blame someone, blame those records. I've never seen it with my own eyes. I've only heard of this sky, fantasy mountain range, Yishi muttered. Then she said, speaking of which, that Yang Qian is the more suspicious one, isn't he? Why would he have the key to open the crack in time here? He said that he bought it from the black market. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. I'm too lazy to verify it. Let's just take it that he's telling the truth. Yun Nuashing shook her head. The group rummaged through the south side of this ruined city, while Yang Qian and the others went to the north side. If they didn't discover anything on this trip, and didn't obtain anything of value, then it would be a huge loss. Moreover, they still had to find a way out now. Could it be that in the tomb? She couldn't help but mutter. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Yun Nuashing. Don't mention that place. I'd rather lay in bed for half a year and use the Netherruin sword to cut open the entire space than go in there again. Yun Nuashing shuddered. Her resistance made Zian and the others not know whether to laugh or cry. However, they really did find something after a carpet search. There weren't many buildings around this spacious land. It seemed very empty, as if it was the residence of some rich family. And on the collapsed boulders, Yun Nuashing discovered that there were fist-sized round crystals embedded there. However, the crystals themselves didn't interest Yun Nuashing and the others. These are memory crystals. In ancient times, they were used to record all sorts of things and mystic arts. She crouched down in surprise and touched the crystals. She was surprised that the 6 round crystals hadn't disappeared in the torrent of time. They had been preserved after so much time. Memory crystals are very fragile. Ordinary people can shatter them with a hammer. However, they are very durable. When other things have decayed, they might not have disappeared. I just didn't expect that after so many eras, they still haven't disappeared. Furthermore, the mystic arts inside have been preserved completely. She said in surprise, these are 6 post-divine mystic arts. Divine grade, sacred grade. As expected, these are the grades of post-divine mystic arts. Only now did Yun Nuashing understand that the fire of the soul she saw back then was of the same grade as these 6. They were all post-divine mystic arts. What? Let me see. Hearing that, Chu Yingzhan excitedly jumped up. She threw the eaves in her hand several 100 meters away and ran over to Yun Nuoxing's side. She excitedly knelt down and looked at the crystals. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and jokingly said, "I know you're excited, but there's no need to be so courteous. Get up." Chu Yingzhan glared at him. Without saying anything, her soul power drilled out from between her eyebrows and rushed into the first crystal. She carefully examined it. Yun Nuoxing didn't mind. The memory crystal could be read many times and wouldn't disappear just because it was read once. At this moment, he was also carefully looking at these mystic arts. Zian and the others were urged by Yi Shi and hurriedly put down what they were doing. They sat together and used their soul power to read the contents of the memory crystal. Among the few of them, Yun Nuoxing was the one who learned the most divine grade mystic arts. Even though Yi Shi was a God Emperor expert, the resources in her hands weren't as terrifying as Yun Nuoxing's. She didn't even have a divine grade mystic art. The only thing that could be considered a divine grade mystic art was the soul-burning art she obtained from Yun Nuoxing. As she advanced into the God Emperor realm, it also advanced to the divine grade. There was also the flame, demon, burning heaven art that she hadn't fully comprehended yet. Although she hadn't fully comprehended it, she felt that it should be a divine grade mystic art. The advantage of being used to a divine grade mystic art was that it allowed him to fully comprehend it in the shortest amount of time. Although he didn't plan to cultivate and comprehend it on the spot, it would save him a lot of effort to record it down based on his experience. However, after reading it, he frowned. At this moment, there was a ball of bright light flickering in Yun Nuoxing's soul. This was the mystic art that he had just read from the memory crystal. It was like a sun hanging in his mind. It was extremely dazzling, but it made Ziyi complain. "It's too bright. I'm sleeping." Ziyi scratched her hair anxiously on the bed. She turned over and buried her head in the quilt. Lan Xen and Kaixia, who were beside her, didn't know what to say. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and quickly blocked the light. Then he frowned and looked at the ball of information. He was somewhat puzzled. The cultivation method in the Age of Darkness seems to be different from now. Yun Nuoxing murmured, "Although an ordinary mystic art might not be very helpful to the cultivation of the elements, it would more or less mention that in the realm of the gods, the cultivation of the elements was the most important thing. It was even more important than one's own cultivation. However, this mystic art from the Age of Darkness didn't have any cultivation method related to the elements. Hee, don't you think it's very strange?" Hearing a charming laugh, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and saw that Chu Yingzhan had unknowingly woken up. Her eyes were smiling and curved like two crescent moons. Besides himself, Chu Yingzhan was the first to wake up. This made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised. He originally thought that she would be the first to wake up. He didn't expect her to be the first to wake up. "If you want to say it, just say it." Seeing that this girl was keeping him in suspense, Yun Nuoxing said indifferently, if he showed a curious look at this time, this girl would probably show off. Sure enough, seeing Yun Nuoxing's indifferent look, the interest on Chu Yingzhan's pretty face instantly disappeared. She couldn't help but glare at him and said, coquettishly, "Bad guy? Can't you show a little curiosity and satisfy my vanity?" Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said seriously, "I'm very curious." "TSK." Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at Yun Nuoxing's forceful attitude. However, she didn't make a fuss about it at this time. She looked at the 6 crystals and said seriously, "The cultivation of the Age of Darkness is not the same as our current cultivation. Our current cultivation is to let the elements fuse with our body and soul. However, in that ancient era, these were all independent. One's own cultivation is one's own cultivation, while the cultivation of the elements is measured by another system. The two are completely unrelated. It is also because of this reason that in the cultivation of the Age of Darkness, One's own cultivation and the elements are separated. The elements have their own special cultivation method. The few that we saw should be used to increase one's own cultivation. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect the cultivation method of the past to be so different from the present. He really didn't know what had happened in these few eras. Chapter 759. Millions of years have passed, and new life has been born from the ruins. A sapling has sprouted from the bones in the ruins, and sparks have been reignited in the starry sky. The desolate starry sky is filled with the aura of life once again. Starlight hangs high on the boundless shore. Under the collapsed wall, there was a withered tree trunk. Perhaps it was a kind of intuition, but Yun Nuashing casually lifted the low wall and found a paragraph of text left on the tree trunk. They were all very experienced. After recording the 6 profound techniques, they did not sit on the spot to comprehend them. They knew that it was not the time yet. What surprised Yun Nuashing was that among the 6 profound techniques, there was an elemental, profound technique. Unfortunately, it was a gold, elemental, profound technique. Among the 7 of them, none of them had the gold element. Chu Yingzhan had the wind element. When he found out, Yun Nuashing even joked about it. No wonder she always had a floating temperament. If I'm not wrong, this should have been left behind at the beginning of the supreme ancient era. At that time, the age of darkness had just become a thing of the past, and the great samsara had ended. Zi Yi whispered in Yun Nuashing's mind, "Hey, this is strange. It's always said that no life can cross an era. Look at this. What is this, huh? Why do I find that there are so many life forms that have crossed the imprisonment of an era?" Yun Nuashing's face was filled with black lines. The common sense he saw was overturned again and again. He did not know what was true anymore. According to common sense, this is indeed the case. I'm not lying to you. However, there are always some life forms that break the restraints of common sense. Otherwise, how do you think those ruins and ancient legends in the realm of the gods were left behind? Zi rolled his eyes and said, "When the gods reach a certain level of strength, they can naturally cross the transition of eras. It's just that it's not clear if their lifespan has crossed the limit. The lifespan of the gods is very long, but not as long as you think." "Then how long is it?" Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "At least 7 or 8 eras, at most a dozen eras." "As for the gods, I don't know," Zi said. "So even now, you're still unwilling to tell me what the great samsara is." Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. He was very curious about what this great samsara was, but Zi, the only person who knew about it, kept it from him. "What's the use of telling you? Should I tell you that I actually don't know either?" Zi Yi grumbled bitterly. He had already asked this question a few thousand times. "Huh." Yun Nuashing widened her eyes in astonishment. "No, didn't you already know? You always tell me about the aura of the great samsara and how many times it will happen. How come you don't know?" Zi rolled his eyes and took a sip of tea. He said helplessly, "I know about the aura of the great samsara because of At that time, he brought me all over the place and saw some ancient ruins. He told me about the aura of the great samsara. As for why I can recognize what it looks like after the great samsara, he also told me about it. In fact, although I've been through 3 great samsara since the late stage of the ancient antiquity era, I was sleeping during each great samsara. I've never seen what happened during the great samsara with my own eyes." Hearing this answer, Yun Nuashing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt inexplicably anxious and wanted to rush into Zi Ye's soul to grab him and smack his, but so he didn't even know about it and had used all kinds of excuses to fool him for such a long time. "Wouldn't it have been better if you said you didn't know in the beginning? You made me think about it for such a long time." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "What was this? But it's not like I don't know it all. I know a little about it." Zi muttered, Fine. You win. I lose." Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched. What was the difference between knowing a little and not knowing? After bickering with Ziyi for a while, Yun Nuoxing finally came back to his senses. When he saw Chu Yingzhan in deep thought, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He asked, "Fairy Chu Yingzhan, do you know what the Great Samsara is?" Chu Yingzhan looked up when her thoughts were interrupted. Mei Mao blinked and looked at him. She shook her head and said, "I don't know." "What is the Great Samsara?" It's nothing." When he asked that question, Yun Nuoxing was a little anxious. How would she know such a thing? Even if her background wasn't small, it was unlikely that she would know such a thing. "What are you talking about? You whet the appetites of others, and you just let it go like this. You're a person who abandons others after seducing them." Chu Yingzhan furrowed her brows, lightly snorted, and said something that made Yun Nuoxing go crazy. However, he couldn't be bothered to reply. Bickering with a girl was the worst choice. If you said one sentence, she would reply 10 or 20 times after searching the area for a while and turning over the ground. They didn't find anything. After leaving the most eye-catching energy mark, they left. After that, Yun Nuoxing and the others flew towards the largest building in the south, which was the city lord's mansion. After searching for so long, they knew that most of the wealth in the city was probably in the hands of the big families. They searched the small families just now to try their luck. Who said that small families didn't have treasures? The spacious area of the city lord's mansion was very spacious, but it was filled with densely packed words. There were as many words as the sand in the sea. It was unknown how complicated the words were, but one thing was for sure. Such complicated handwriting must have come from the hands of a god. What are they deducing? What are they calculating? Seeing the densely packed words, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. These deduced symbols and words were not written using ordinary means. The words here were the same as those on the Skyward Monument. They were all written with the blood of the gods. Every stroke. He seemed to be able to imagine that in this spacious place, each and every god was sprinkling their own blood essence, trying to deduce a result. The gods who had left their blood essence here must have been very powerful. He didn't know what it was that made them so focused, even willing to release their blood essence for future generations to observe. These deductions were made by at least 6 gods. She pointed at a few places where the symbols and handwriting were a bit different. There were as many symbols as the stars in the sky, and they were the work of the 6 godly spirits. Furthermore, at the end of the symbols, there was no conclusion written at the end. It was as if the calculations were not over, and there was no conclusion. Chu Yingzhan blinked at Mei Mao and stared motionlessly at the symbols. The blood-red symbols seemed to come alive in her eyes. They kept changing forms, as if they were going to rush out of the ground and crash into her. That one glance seemed to make her fall into eternal stillness. She seemed to be able to see the destruction of stars and the fall of ancient stars. It was as if she was wandering in the endless galaxy, lost in time and lost herself. Hey! A sudden shout made her delicate body tremble. She quickly came back to her senses. When she looked at the blood-red words on the ground again, there was no movement. The strange scene had also disappeared. Chu Yingzhan turned her head in a daze and saw Yun Nuoxing grabbing her shoulder with a serious expression. She asked in confusion, "What happened to me just now?" "You almost died. Just a little bit more and your soul would have ascended to heaven." She said casually, but there was a serious expression on her little face. How can the deductions left behind by the gods be comprehended so easily? If you're not careful, you might have directly fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Yun Nuoxing put down her hand and looked at the densely packed words with lingering fear. Reincarnation? That's right, it's reincarnation. It felt like I entered a reincarnation. It wasn't the reincarnation of life, but it was a very clear feeling. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. She seemed to understand something, but she didn't seem to understand. Her little mouth couldn't stop muttering. Reincarnation, Yun Nuashing murmured. He looked at the area full of words and symbols and asked in confusion, "Could it be that these gods are calculating reincarnation?" Seeing his expression as if he had made a decision, Yi Shi's heart thumped. She quickly stood in front of him and blocked his way. "Brother Nuwa, don't do anything rash." Yun Nuashing smiled. He squatted down and rubbed her head. "I cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation. Let's take a look. It should be fine. If something happens, Shaoxi, wake me up. If you can't, then beat me up." Xian also wanted to say something, but when she saw his determined expression, she obediently shut her mouth. They all knew that once this guy decided on something, even 9 gods wouldn't be able to pull him back, let alone 9 cows. Yi Shi bit her red lips. After a while, she nodded sullenly. She turned to the side and made way for him. She couldn't help but reach out and slap Yun Nuashing's stomach. Yun Nuashing smiled and walked to the front. He stared at it without blinking. In his eyes, there was a hint of reincarnation, so that he wouldn't fall into reincarnation like Chu Yingzhan. He looked very seriously from the beginning to the end, but it was too difficult and profound. Moreover, he couldn't understand these words and symbols. He could only guess from the artistic conception. This was the theory of the gods' deduction. It wasn't something that people at his level could understand. Even if he cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation, even if he had the spiritual godly body, it was the same. Xian and the others. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuashing's face without blinking. If anything happened to him, they would rush out in an instant and call Yun Nuashing back. Yun Nuashing slowly tried to figure it out. He didn't know if it was because of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but when he looked at these symbols, although he didn't feel like he could see through them completely, he could understand what the gods were doing. This was a very strange state. Unknowingly, he moved like this and watched without sleeping. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. It was obvious how much effort was put into this deduction. The god's blood didn't leave a drop of god power, but it emitted a will, an indestructible will. Even after several eras and dozens of eras, it wasn't destroyed. Even when the essence Qi disappeared and the god's body perished, the god's blood still flowed proudly here. On the way, Yi Shi drove Xian and the others to other places to search. It was also a waste of time for them to stay here and look after Yun Nuashing. However, Xian stubbornly stayed and pushed Feng, Little Bing Er, and Chu Yingzhan out. This made the 3 girls feel a little helpless. After hesitating for a while, they also sighed and rushed to other places. It was indeed a waste of time to stay together, but they also wanted to stay. Seeing Yun Nuashing immersed in that strange state, Feng was very worried. When the 5th day was about to end, Yun Nuashing came to the end. The unfinished deduction had stopped here in the end. He didn't know what happened back then that forced him to stop and didn't continue. Feng, and the others also came back. They had been away for too long, so they felt uneasy. When the 3 of them came back, Yun Nuashing came back to his senses and stared at the end with his eyes wide open. Although he still couldn't understand those symbols, there was a line of words left there. Those were the words of the gods. "We have fallen into the prison of fate." Who would have thought that everything was wrong from the beginning? We wanted to escape from our predetermined fate, but we fell into an even greater fate. Yun Nuashing was lost in thought. These were the words left behind by the 6th god. He didn't know what they thought of when they were deducing. This should be the final result of this long deduction, an unfinished result. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. Everything is fake. Everything is fake in the end. We can't escape from this prison in the end. Yun Nuashing's heartstrings trembled. What were these gods calculating? Weren't they calculating reincarnation? He believed in the existence of reincarnation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have practiced the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Moreover, Feng Yuang, the existence of his previous life, had proven the existence of reincarnation to him. However, why did he feel that something was wrong? Speaking of which, what was reincarnation? Was the reincarnation that he knew about the reincarnation of the great Tao? Yun Nuashing wasn't sure either. This secret had been passed down since the ancient mythological era until now, and there had never been a positive answer. 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Yun Nuashing looked at the bottom. There was actually a Heart Sutra left behind there. Moreover, this Heart Sutra was the same as the one he practiced. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I looked at it. So, it's this. The deductions left behind here are all related to reincarnation, but they're all incomplete. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique that I practice is complete. In other words, the deduction here is the beginning of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. Later on, someone perfected it and spread it out. That's how the complete 6 paths of reincarnation technique is now. Yun Nuashing's bright eyes flickered slightly as a bold guess appeared in his heart. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation technique that Brother Nua practices? Yi Shi, who was listening from the side, was also a little surprised and doubtful. Ever since she found out that Yun Nuashing practiced the 6 paths of reincarnation technique on the Xianlong continent, she had investigated it after returning. However, she didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. The only possibility she knew was that the 6 paths of reincarnation technique was related to the legendary Reincarnation Emperor. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique left behind by the ancestors is enough to see through reincarnation and enter it with one's body. However, one doesn't want to disappear in time. When one wants to use reincarnation to escape, it's already too late. I only hope that the incomplete 6 paths of reincarnation technique can allow the descendants to escape from here. Chapter 760. I still haven't found anything strange about this place. We've already turned over half of the city. Yun Nuashing and the others didn't stop. In half a day, they turned the southern part of the city upside down. However, other than what they saw at the beginning, they didn't find anything else, other than the incomplete 6 paths of reincarnation technique and the words written in on the skyward monument. There didn't seem to be any traces or valuable things left behind. Hey, do we really not need to pay attention to that thing? Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but ask as they passed by the city, Lord's mansion again, pointing at the vast land full of ruins. Don't worry, it's okay. The complete chapter is with me. Yun Nuashing pointed at his head, then smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, the 6 paths of reincarnation technique should be able to tear open the space crack here and return to the normal space. Hearing this, Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but mutter, I'm still very concerned about the sarcophagus below. Stop. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I really don't want to go down again. I still have a psychological trauma about the underground. Hearing her mention the underground, Yun Nuashing's face darkened, and he rolled his eyes. You're afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of in a tomb? Isn't it just some stuff buried after death? When they were alive, they were just like us. They've been dead for so many years, so why are you still afraid? Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. I don't know who's holding on to me down there. Yun Nuashing looked at her in annoyance, then shook his head. When I was walking down there, I felt very uneasy. There was an indescribable strangeness. In the end, we didn't find the reason why the souls of the gods buried their mutated. Maybe there's an answer in the sarcophagus, but we can't understand the runes on it, so there's no way to open it. In any case, I really want to run right now. I don't want to stay here for even a moment longer. In this strange place, every inch of space is filled with a strange aura, making me feel very uncomfortable. Yun Nuashing rubbed the space between his eyebrows and sighed. He had been to many places in the past few years. He had been to the Forbidden Land, the Tianjin Taoist Court, and the Deep Sea, but none of the places made him feel so uneasy. Even in the Forbidden Land, there was no such commotion. It made him want to turn around and leave. Coward! Chu Yingzhan muttered in a very low voice. She originally thought that her voice was already soft enough, but she didn't expect that Yun Nuashing would still hear it. Seeing him angrily glaring at her, Chu Yingzhen shuddered and immediately said with a flattering smile, "All right, this fairy was wrong. Don't stare at me like that, it's so scary." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "You also know how to be scared." Chu Yingzhen snorted and turned her head, rolling her eyes at him. She was also a little confused. Although she couldn't see through Yun Nuashing's realm, she could still sense the energy he used unintentionally. He should only be a demonic rank 2 seal, but she was a demigod rank 8. Yet, she felt like there was no difference between them. In fact, when she faced him, she felt a sense of pressure from the bottom of her heart. This pressure was much stronger than when she faced Yishi, so she didn't dare to speak without restraint. "Let's go to the northern city to find Yang Qian and the others. If there's nothing else, let's go out," Yun Nuashing said. Zian and Yishi nodded, and Chu Yingzhan could only nod. However, she really couldn't let go of that stone coffin and what the heaven-facing monument said. This world should be in the star field, but why did it fall into the myriad god realm? She was very curious and wanted to know everything. She wanted to understand everything, but when she turned around and saw Yun Nuashing looking like he couldn't wait to leave, she felt a little dejected. It seemed that she could only suppress this matter. After all, no matter how stubborn she was, she really didn't dare to go there alone. In a short while, they went from the most difficult part of this dilapidated city to the heaven-facing monument in the middle. Before Yun Nuashing and the others could go to the north, they saw Yang Qian and the others gathered in front of the heaven-facing monument. Moreover, there were many more people. These people seemed to be the ones who got separated at the beginning. Yang Qian. The sudden call woke Yang Qian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. He hurriedly stood up and saw Yun Nuashing and the others descend from the sky and land in front of them, giving them a fright. "Have you finished exploring the north?" Yun Nuashing glanced at the north. "I guess so. I didn't find anything noteworthy. I don't think there's anything left in this place." Yang Qian nodded and sighed. There was a bitter look on his face. Not only did they not get anything from this trip, they even lost 6 people. He felt a little helpless. Yun Nuashing saw his expression, thought for a moment, and said, "There are deductions left behind by a few deities in the southern city, Lord Manor. It's very scary. If you're not careful, you'll fall into it. Moreover, there's a way out." "Really?" Yang Qian's heart skipped a beat. He looked at him in disbelief, and many thoughts ran through his mind. "Yes, there's no time to lose. Let's go out now. If we stay here for too long, we'll feel uncomfortable." Yun Nuashing nodded. Hearing this, Yang Qian thought for a moment and also nodded. Anyway, he had the key with him, and there would be opportunities to come back in the future. The discovery of this trip had already proved that this place was not something they could interfere with. It was better to leave first. Seeing that he agreed, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. He did not care about what Yang Qian was thinking and also nodded. Then the power of space and the 6 paths of reincarnation circulated together. His palm gently moved in front of him, and a wide spatial crack suddenly tore open. What was outside was the original forest of the Sky Fantasy Mountain Range. It worked. Yun Nuashing was a little surprised to see that the spatial crack was torn open in one try. He thought that they would have to leave the city, or that they would have to try a few more times to succeed. Looking at the familiar sky outside, everyone couldn't help but let out a mournful howl. They could finally leave this place. Staying in this godforsaken place for half a month was simply torture. "Be careful. Let's go." Seeing that Yun Nuashing nodded, Yang Qian also waved his hand and led the others into the spatial crack. After all of them left, Yun Nuashing let Zian and the others go first. Finally, he kept a close eye on Chu Yingzhan to prevent her from doing anything stupid. I won't be impulsive. That place is so creepy. I don't dare to go alone. Are you satisfied now?" Seeing that he was staring at her, Chu Yingzhen pouted and looked at Yun Nuoxing with an aggrieved expression. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Wasn't he afraid that she would really do something stupid? Before leaving the spatial crack, Chu Yingzhen turned back to look at the place behind her. After a while, she sighed and entered the spatial crack. Yun Nuoxing also hurriedly followed. When the spatial crack closed, no one could see that the rundown city suddenly shook. It had been half a month since they left the burning flame city. It was only when they returned that they could finally relax. From the beginning to the end, no one had noticed them. After returning to Burning Flame City, Yang Qian hurriedly went to the branch of the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Yun Nuoxing did not say anything. He had already said what needed to be said. Looking at his posture, he guessed that he wanted some gods to explore. As for whether they could come out after entering, he did not care. He could only say that he would definitely not go to that place a second time. After returning, Chu Yingzhen also hurriedly bid farewell. Looking at the mysterious look on her face, Yun Nuoxing did not say much. They had met by chance and had known each other for half a month. Although they quarreled a lot along the way, their relationship could not be considered bad, but it could not be considered good either. He guessed that Ziyin and the other girls had already become friends, or perhaps they had not. But to be honest, Yun Nuoxing felt that he was not qualified to care about that girl's matters. He should let her torment herself. 3 days later, in the training room of the mansion where Yun Nuoxing and the others were, concentrate your energy and seal your soul within your body. Concentrate all your energy to condense your spirit and soul. Concentrate the origin of the 5 elements and release all the energy in the carrier. On the stone bed, a slender and beautiful figure sat cross-legged. Some fragrant sweat appeared on her beautiful face. Her clothes were also soaked in sweat, revealing her alluring curves. A 5-colored energy whirlwind blew around her body. 2 basin-sized balls of light released a dazzling light beside her body. A shocking energy was rapidly condensing. In front of Ziyin, Yun Nuoxing stood by the bed and pressed his palm gently on her head. The brilliant power of the stars illuminated her body, making it seem as if there were stars twinkling around her. With the influx of the power of the stars, the demonic aura in Ziyin's body also became turbulent. Not only did it not reject the existence of the power of the stars, but it also perfectly blended with it. The demonic aura was also subtly changing, and the energy carrier in her lower abdomen trembled slightly. When the energy in the carrier was completely drained, Ziyin's delicate body trembled slightly. She resisted the waves of dizziness that came from her mind and formed a hand seal with her trembling hands. As her hand seal changed, the demonic aura, 5 elemental energy, and power of the stars that filled her meridians all gathered towards her lower abdomen at the same time. However, they did not rush into the energy carrier in one go. Instead, they began to rapidly compress and condense at the side. Use more strength. The initial contact between the demonic aura and divine energy is more difficult than the previous 2 times. Use your soul and mental strength to suppress it. Don't worry about anything else. I'm right here. Yun Nuoxing's soft voice sounded in Ziyin's mind at an extremely appropriate time. Nodding slightly, Ziyin focused her mind. Majestic soul and mental strength gushed out and crazily kneaded the 3 energies together. She began to compress the 3 balls of energy that were originally the size of a fist. That majestic force also caused the 3 balls of energy to begin to resist, constantly surging and boiling. However, the power of the stars was controlled by Yun Nuoxing, and it did not really participate in the compression and fusion of the energies. It was only a regulator between the demonic aura and the 5 elemental energy. The degree of resistance from the demonic aura and the 5 elemental energy also gave Ziyin a fright. However, after a moment, she fiercely gritted her teeth. Her soul and mental strength gathered together and wrapped around the 2 balls of energy. then suddenly collapsed towards the center. The two balls of energy were also shocked by this violent force. After a momentary stalemate, they could not withstand it and were passively compressed. When the fist-sized ball of energy was compressed to the size of a fingernail, the black and five-colored energies trembled slightly and suddenly fused together. The drop of energy that was born was not much different from the five elemental energy, except that its color was slightly darker. Perhaps it was due to the adjustment of the power of the stars, or perhaps it had accidentally fused a little bit of it. The dark five-colored energy had a few sparkling spots of light. After the drop of energy was formed, Xian's delicate body trembled slightly again. Her clothes were soaked in sweat, tightly sticking to her delicate skin. The faintly discernible spring scenery made the secret room a little ambiguous. All of a sudden, taking a moment to catch her breath, Xian's mind moved. Her soul power wrapped around the new drop of energy, and she placed it into the energy carrier. As soon as the new drop of energy entered the energy carrier, the energy that had spread throughout her body suddenly seemed to be pulled. All of it rapidly circulated along her meridians, and then crashed into the energy carrier. Bang! A soft, muffled sound quietly rang out from within her body. Xian's small mouth spat out a soft groan, and her pretty face paled. From emptying her energy to compressing it and finally letting it pull on its own, she had exhausted all of her energy. With a light gasp, Xian's entire body fell to the side, exhausted. She leaned against Yun Nuoxing's body, and her voluptuous chest rose and fell violently with her rapid breathing. Her soaked clothes fell slightly, revealing a bit of her snow-white skin that would make people go crazy. Yun Nuoxing secretly took a glance, and dryly coughed in her heart without blushing or panicking. She then took off her windbreaker and covered Xian with it. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled her into her arms. With a gentle smile, she said, "Little girl, congratulations. You're already a demigod rank powerhouse. Once you awaken your divinity, you'll be a full-fledged demigod rank. A 26 or 27-year-old demigod rank powerhouse. I reckon there aren't many in history. You're much more powerful than me." Yun Nuoxing's hand gently stroked Xian's dark purple hair as she smiled gently. Chapter 761. Did you succeed? The door of the practice room suddenly opened, and 3 peeping heads popped out from the corner of the door. When they saw the scene in the practice room, they were all stunned. Then they sensed Xian's aura, so they walked in with relief and sat down beside the bed. "Okay." Yun Nuoxing nodded, then lowered his head to look at Xian, who was still gasping for breath. He hugged Xian a little tighter. "Then awaken your divinity." She nodded and walked to the bed. She made a gesture of cupping her hands and raised them slightly. Then strands of golden light of divinity passed through her palms and condensed on her sleeves. Soon it condensed into a ball of golden light full of light, and bits of golden particles flew around the ball of light. "Now, Xian just finished his promotion. Why don't you rest for a while?" Yun Nuoxing looked at Shi, then looked at Xian. "It's okay, and the best time to awaken your divinity is when you succeed in your promotion. When your body is at its weakest, it's also the most relaxed time. The divinity will completely cleanse your body, and Xian is now in a coma. He doesn't have to bear that kind of pain," Yishi said. Yun Nuoxing heard this, thought about it, and felt that it seemed to make sense, so he said, "Okay, but will it be okay without the guidance of the Holy Awakening Tablet?" "Brother Nuo, I'm the God Emperor. I don't need that thing. The Holy Awakening Tablet is just to make it easier for low-level gods to help others awaken. For high-level gods, it's not essential. Even Brother Nuo, if you want, you can help others awaken their divinity," Yishi said, looking at him angrily. "I'll pass." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head awkwardly. She focused on condensing the ball of light in her hand into a thumb-sized golden crystal. She glanced at Xian, then climbed onto the stone bed. She held the golden crystal in her small hand and gently stuffed it into Xian's chest. The golden crystal slowly drilled into Yan's chest like liquid. Yun Nuashing also focused, nervously holding Yan's jade-like hand, afraid that she would wake up from the pain. She also held her breath in concentration. In her slender arm, strands of golden light flowed, like a brilliant golden river. Puff! However, just as the few of them were waiting, a soft sound attracted their attention. Soon after, they saw that the golden crystal had suddenly drilled out from Xian's chest and was sent flying. The golden crystal flew in the air and was caught by Feng. She looked down at the golden crystal in confusion, then looked at Shi in confusion. She was a mythical beast, so she didn't have any divinity awakening process. Since she was born, divinity had been flowing in her soul and spirit, so she didn't know what was wrong. She also opened her small mouth and looked at the person in Yun Nuashing's arms with a strange expression. Then she took the golden crystal from Feng and stuffed it into Xian's body again, but this time it went into his smooth forehead. She watched as some energy ripples appeared in front of her forehead. The golden crystal once again entered her body. Before she could even turn her gaze away, a golden light suddenly burst out and directly hit her forehead. She was stunned and didn't even care that a red had appeared on her forehead. Little Shi, what's going on? Yun Nuashing reached out to take the golden crystal and looked at Shi in confusion. She rubbed her forehead and shook her head blankly. Just as she was about to mutter something, she seemed to have thought of something and raised her head in a daze. Then she put her small hand between Xian's eyebrows, and a wisp of soul power came out and went in between his eyebrows. When Shi was investigating, Yun Nuashing was worried. Although he didn't understand what this meant, he was very worried that Xian wouldn't be able to awaken his divinity like this. Sigh. After she put down her hand. She let out a long sigh. This sigh made Yun Nuashing's heart skip a beat. Was it really as he expected? I really can't help this time. She sighed and shook her head, making Feng and Little Bing Er look serious. What's going on? This girl can't awaken her divinity? Yun Nuashing looked nervous, and his heart sank. She shook her head, then looked at Xian helplessly and said, because her divinity has already awakened. Yun Nuashing and the others. Already awakened? Already awakened? What do you mean? Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched, and he looked down at Xian, feeling a little confused. It means exactly what it means. Xian's divinity has already awakened, and it's changing his body very gently. He'll probably be fine after a good night's sleep. She threw the golden crystal into her mouth and swallowed it. Then she licked her red lips and said, a long time ago, before the holy tablet and other methods to guide the awakening of divinity, everyone's divinity awakened on their own. This is also a difficult point. Some people have good awareness and awakened their divinity after a few days, but those who have poor awareness probably can't figure it out even after a few years, so there's no way for them to completely advance to the demigod level. For people like Xian, they probably awakened their divinity by accident. After all, the 5 elements body is close to the great path of heaven and earth. When Brother Nua reaches the demigod level, his divinity will probably automatically awaken. It's just that his divinity will be awakened ahead of time, Yishu said. Yun Nuashing scratched his cheeks. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. Now, many things he just thought of dissipated, and he let out a big sigh of relief. She's wine-red eyes turned, and she seemed to have thought of something. She couldn't help but tease. I suggest that Brother Nua put Xian back in the room and wait for her to awaken her divinity before going to see her. You'll be surprised. Yun Nuashing stared blankly, but after a moment, she waved her small hand and said, forget it. It won't be too late to do this when Xian reaches the demigod level. It's still a bit early. You don't understand. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her in confusion. Exhaling softly, Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. His consciousness followed the astral energy and gradually sank into Xian's body, going straight to her lower abdomen. Looking at the energy carrier there, he could feel that the original demon chi and the 5 elements energy inside were slowly being assimilated by the new energy. Although the volume was more than 10 times smaller, the energy contained inside was definitely more than 100 times stronger than before. The energy compression this time wasn't simply compressing the demon chi to cause a qualitative change and finally turning it into divine yuan. Instead, it was compressing and fusing the demon chi and the 5 elements energy together to cause a qualitative change. Just like Yun Nuashing's astral energy, although it was separated from the path of divine yuan, this energy would only be stronger than divine yuan. If there's nothing else, let's go and rest. When Xian wakes up, we'll go to the elemental plane. Gently stroking Xian's beautiful hair, Yun Nuashing looked out of the window. They had been out for more than half a month, and there was only a month left for them. Counting the time they had spent on the road, this month wouldn't be too long. The next morning, 2 fiery red suns spurted out strands of multicolored light, reflecting the mist in the space, sprinkling down traces of light. On the horizon, one beautiful mountain peak after another was gradually dyed red. Yun Nuashing woke up early and stood on the roof of her residence. She looked at the awakened, burning flame city, then looked at the Yanli Academy and finally stared straight at the 2 suns that had also just woken up. Only when 2 black spots were left in front of her eyes did she close her eyes. Facing the 2 suns, she took a few deep breaths, as if she was absorbing the essence of the sun. Her entire body was bathed in the golden red light. "Little star, you're awake?" The soft sound behind him stunned Yun Nuashing. He turned around in shock. He didn't expect this girl to recover so quickly. He thought that she would be unconscious for another 2 or 3 days. Yan also jumped onto the roof of the mansion. She had freshened up a little, and her hair was still a little wet. Her snow-white dress dragged on the ground. She stood beside him, facing the morning glow. A cool breeze blew past, and her clothes fluttered along with her long hair. There was a gentle smile on her beautiful face, and her eyes were like crescent moons. Her graceful figure was covered in the golden morning light, and her entire person emitted a faint golden luster. She became more and more transcendent. Her ethereal temperament was like a goddess that did not belong to this world. Yun Nuashing rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he hadn't washed his face properly. However, when he took a closer look, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This girl had become even more beautiful after awakening her divinity. She had become even more ethereal. That mesmerizing smile would probably subdue many people under her pomegranate dress, especially that pair of starry eyes that were filled with unconcealable confidence, instantly raising her temperament to an extremely high level. Mesmerizing without paying for it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smack his lips. This girl, he probably wouldn't be able to subdue her in the future. No wonder she said that she had to wait until she reached the elementary deity level. At that time, her divinity would be stimulated to perfection. At that time, Xian's temperament would probably be like a fairy. Xian tilted her head and smiled sweetly at him. She reached out her lily-white hands and tightly hugged Yun Nuashing into her embrace. She pursed her cherry lips and lightly tapped his cheek. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and lightly touched Xian's smooth forehead with his forehead. Then he gently extricated himself from her soft embrace, held her lily-white hand, and jumped into the courtyard. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go, let's continue our journey." Yun Nuashing and the rest tidied up a little, woke up a few lazy bums, and closed the shop that had only done 2 transactions. Before they left, Bing Air even brought Yun Nuashing and the rest to the food street to pack up a huge pile of food. Seeing how fast they were spending money, Yun Nuashing's face couldn't help but twitch. This girl probably bought enough food for 5 people for a year. Bing Air asked Yun Nuashing for a space ring. Satisfied, She packed up the food and left the food street, leaving behind a group of despairing shop owners. They hastily ended their business for the day. The ingredients were all cooked and packed up outside the eastern city walls of Burning Flame City. Yun Nuashing glanced at the Burning Flame College. She originally wanted to greet Lu Feng and the rest, but after thinking for a while, she dismissed the idea. It would take half a day to go back and forth from the eastern city gates. At this moment, there were many people gathered outside the eastern city walls. They all looked like they were fully armed, and there were many god-level experts. Among them, the strongest person that Yun Nuashing saw was an Emperor of the Netherworld expert. Furthermore, these people were all gathered together. The Emperor of the Netherworld led the team, and the sons of gods and divine kings were the team members. Those who didn't know would think that this was a team that was going to conquer the Forbidden Zone. Yi Shi's eyes turned, and her soul power silently spread out. After a while, she said to Yun Nuashing and the rest, "The news about the Sky Illusion mountain range has spread. These people seem to want to explore the ancient city ruins." Yun Nuashing was stunned and asked strangely, "Did Yang Qian and the rest spread the news?" "I'm not sure. Although I heard the news, I didn't know where it came from." Yi Shi shook her head. "Moreover, in the past 2 days, the space crack has been forcefully torn open and can't be closed. We can speculate that this is the work of a magic array grandmaster. There seems to be some changes in the ancient city. Many of those who trespassed died, and among them was a magic array grandmaster," Yi Shi said softly. "A rank 8? Yun Nuashing was a little shocked. "Yes, he just reached rank 8. Perhaps it's fortunate that nothing happened when we went there," Yi Shi muttered. Yi Shi muttered with lingering fear. She then said, "I heard some new news. This matter might be led by the Dragon Shadow Chamber of Commerce. We can already confirm that this information was released by Yang Qian. It's probably difficult for a Chamber of Commerce to swallow that place." "Oh," Yun Nuashing responded. He didn't care much about this matter. He didn't have any intention to explore that place. When he first stepped into that place, he felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't expect that something would really happen. After stopping for a while and not hearing any more news, Yun Nuashing led the rest of the group and soared into the sky. They turned into a golden flowing light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 762. In the vast and boundless sky, a brilliant golden light flashed, tearing a small hole in space. The hole quickly healed, and the warm sunlight didn't make it seem like autumn or winter at all. If one looked closely at the golden light, they would discover that it was a giant purplish-black sword that was 10 meters long. A few girls were casually sitting on the giant sword, chatting and laughing along the way. The atmosphere was very cheerful, and there wasn't any sense of boredom. These girls were naturally Yun Nuashing and the others. However, the figure of the rainbow-haired youth had disappeared again, and he had turned into a rainbow-haired girl. This time, he had even dressed up meticulously. It was obvious that he had been tormented by Xian and the others while he was sleeping. The girls seemed to have unknowingly turned dressing up Yun Nuashing into a form of entertainment. Every time they saw him getting angry and unable to open his mouth, they couldn't help but giggle. "Can you stop messing around like this? My heart is so tired." Yun Nuashing looked dejectedly at the girls, who were smiling like flowers. The clothes he was wearing were getting more and more beautiful day by day, and he was getting more and more noble day by day. He could no longer see the characteristics of a young man, and he estimated that if he wore women's clothes for a long time, he would probably go crazy. Although that was what he thought, he didn't know how many times he had worn women's clothes. But his mind was still as stable as ever. No, Xian and the others giggled as they looked at him, their hands fiddling with his body. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched, and he was about to cry. Along the way, they would occasionally stop for a day when they saw a city and ask for directions. Until now, they still hadn't found where the so-called elemental plains was. They only heard from Lu Feng that it was roughly in the northeast. As for how far it was, they didn't know. This place wasn't marked on the treasure map either. Speaking of this treasure map, Yun Nuashing discovered something strange. Everything that happened in the god realm after the ancient era, such as what mountain ranges were formed or what additional things were added, wasn't marked on the map. The most direct observation was the 4 great holy cities of the divine prefecture. The 4 great holy cities on the treasure map were drawn by Yun Nuashing himself. Yuanding City. Based on its name alone, one might think that it was a big city that focused on forging cauldrons. However, in reality, it was a city that focused on alchemy. In this city that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, alchemy could be said to be popular throughout the entire city. Although its location was a little remote, it was still very famous in the Ganyuan region. In the gods' world, there were many secondary professions that had been passed down since ancient times. Many secondary professions had become simple to begin with, and there were no longer too many restrictions. Aside from alchemists who needed the element of metal, there was a branch of alchemy that anyone could come into contact with. However, if one wanted to make a name for themselves and become a true alchemist, they would need to possess the element of fire. Aside from that, even if they borrowed fire from others, they could still complete alchemy. However, this didn't make alchemists seem cheap. It was hard to say whether alchemists were better than alchemists or blacksmiths. It could only be said that they each had their own strengths and couldn't be directly compared. Alchemists were the same as other secondary professions. They were talents that the major forces were in short supply of. When this group of people gathered together, it would drive the movements of the major and minor forces. In Yuanding City, it was possible to meet an alchemist just by walking on the streets. It was also because of this that many forces would recruit alchemists here. With so many forces gathered together, the city became particularly chaotic. Tsk. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Yun Nuashing and the others appeared outside Yuanding City. When they looked down at the exquisite city that was built with uncanny workmanship, they couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration. The exquisite layout started from the city walls, which were divided into several layers and spread towards the center. The city walls were thousands of feet high and were so white that they reflected the sunlight. Looking at the city walls from the outside, it was incomparably dazzling. But looking from the inside, one could only see that it was a white city wall. There was nothing special about it. Within the white city walls, huge strings of golden runes flickered. One could faintly feel a terrifying energy fluctuation surging in the air, causing one to be intimidated just by looking at it. In the sky above the city, there was an inverted bowl that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, enveloping the entire city. With the airspace sealed, if one wanted to enter the city, they could only pass through the 4 city gates in the north, south, east, and west. Even Nether King experts could only obediently land on the ground and walk through the city gates. Anyone who descended from the sky would be judged as an attack by the array and thus be defended. This defensive barrier seems to be set up by a martial grandmaster. It covers Yuanding City all year round. Even Nether Kings would have to spend a lot of effort to break through it. As for God Emperors, it would be difficult for them to break through it in a short period of time. She also looked down from the sky and smiled. I think, seeing Yun Nuashing's terrible smile, Xian and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. She also hurriedly stopped him from having such thoughts. This defensive barrier was used to defend against the beast tide in the past. Although Big Brother Nuwa can destroy it with a single strike of his sword, please don't do such a meaningless thing. I'm just saying, you're exaggerating. Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and lightly snorted. Did they really think he was a little tyrant who could tear down a city? Let's go. Obediently walk through the city gates. What is Big Brother Nuwa looking for called again? She smiled helplessly and changed the topic. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing took out a crystal ball from his pendant and glanced inside. He said, colored glass spirit sand, mixed yuan iron essence, star omen stone, boundless divine crystal. Hearing Yun Nuashing list out more than 20 things in detail, she felt a headache coming on. At least half of the things listed were things she had never heard of before. The other half that she had heard of made her feel a little apprehensive. Primal Chaos, Immortal Stone. When Yun Nuashing listed out one of them, Yi Shi's expression changed slightly. She looked up in a daze and said in astonishment, "Primal Chaos, Immortal Stone." "HM?" Yun Nuashing stopped and looked up at her. He nodded. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yi Shi shook her head. She felt a little apprehensive, but she didn't show it on her face. "Why are you looking for so many high-grade materials? Some of them are even comparable to level 12 materials exclusive to gods. They can be ranked among the level 12 materials themselves." "You're asking me. Can I say that I don't know?" Yun Nuashing put down the crystal ball and laughed dryly. "Ah." Yi Shi and the others widened their eyes. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said, "Of course, I'm not the one who is using these things. That guy at the Gathering Fate Pavilion asked me to look for them. I haven't heard of most of the things here. They don't belong to the realm of the gods. I have to go to other worlds to look for them." "The Myriad Realm book?" She couldn't help but ask when she thought of a possibility. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "I didn't plan to tell you because it wasn't too important. I just didn't expect to hear about a few rare treasures here. So I came to take a look. Colored glass, spirit sand, star omen stone." Xian muttered. They had heard about these things not long ago. They could be found in Origin Cauldron City, but it would be a little troublesome to obtain them. "Heya! In this city where alchemy is second nature, 85% of the people are alchemists. Why would anyone collect these precious materials?" Yun Nuashing looked down at the city below and rolled her eyes. Then she thought of something and smiled. "It seems like we should take the alchemist test, right? Little star, how many years have you been thinking about it? You still remember?" Xian couldn't help but smile. At that time, she had thought of taking the alchemist test at the Spatial Trade Fair in Lihuan City, but she still hadn't done it after so many years. Yun Nuashing straightened her back and said righteously, "That's right. People of high status tend to be forgetful." "That's right. Big Brother Nua, with your half-baked theoretical knowledge, I'm afraid you can't even become a demon-grade alchemist," Yi Shi teased. "Cough." Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and rubbed Yi Shi's wine-red hair. She said, "With my talent, I can learn anything I want. I just need to put my heart into it." "That's right," Yi Shi muttered. Then she was pulled into Yun Nuashing's arms. The nether void sword shrunk back into Yun Nuashing's body, and the group fell straight down to the ground. They suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the main road in front of the city wall. The sudden appearance of the few of them gave the surrounding people a fright. Just as they steadied themselves, Yun Nuashing and the few of them walked towards the city. Along the way, they attracted the gazes of quite a number of people. In this group of people, even he was disguised as a young lady. The appearances of this group of people were all at the level of a calamity. Adding on their tall figures and their distant auras, it caused the surrounding gazes to become much hotter. Xian and the others were used to these heated gazes, but Yun Nuashing still couldn't get used to it. He couldn't get used to people looking at him with such heated gazes. This level was still bearable for the time being. However, when he saw that some people seemed to want to come up and strike up a conversation, his eyes that were suffused with a substantial light suddenly narrowed. A wave of coldness quietly spread out, causing quite a few people to shiver and quickly shift their gazes away. The smiles of those people who walked up also froze. However, they still walked towards them and brushed past each other. The cold chill only quietly dissipated when they walked into this grand and unique city. "It's so cold." Yi Shi glanced at him and patted his thigh lightly. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes when he heard this. He didn't want to be hit on by people for no reason. He wasn't a girl. As for hitting on the people around him, that would be even more wishful thinking. After entering the city, Yun Nuashing scanned the city with his eyes. The population in the city had reached a frightening level. Although it wasn't as crowded as one another, it was almost there. The streets were more than 100 feet wide, but they were filled with people. On both sides of the streets, the most common things were some medicinal halls and alchemy shops. There were fewer other shops. The rich aroma of pills almost made one sneeze. This scene made Nuashing feel a little emotional. They had just entered, and it was only an ordinary shop, but the pills produced were already so powerful. He wondered how high the quality of the pills produced by the medicinal halls and alchemy shops near the center were. "Do you still remember the name of that place?" Nuashing turned around and looked at Zian. He calculated the time and felt that it might be better to go there now. Zian nodded and said it should be called Tianqin Hall. It is said that it is quite famous. However, there is only one boss, which means that there is only one alchemist. Hearing the name, Nuashing muttered to himself. Then he pulled a passerby and asked for the location of Tianqin Hall. The passerby who was pulled by Nuashing had a straight face. However, when he saw Nuashing and the others, his eyes suddenly widened. He quickly pointed in a direction to Nuashing and the others and eagerly told them about Tianqin Hall in detail. "Fairies, if you are looking for a high-level alchemy hall, I recommend the Myriad Medicine House. It has the same name as Tianqin Hall. There is only one boss in Tianqin Hall, and he is very hot-tempered. He doesn't want to do business because he is a high-level immortal-level alchemist. He even injured his customers. If you want to go there, you must be careful." After thanking the passerby who kept talking, Nuashing rubbed his stiff face. Then he rolled his eyes and said, "Sure enough, girls have an innate advantage, so Little Star should be a girl." Zian covered his mouth and chuckled. Nuashing rolled his eyes at her and reached out to ruffle her hair. Zian was already used to it and continued to look at him teasingly. After leaving the crowded area unhurriedly, Nuashing and the others sped up and jumped onto the roof. After a while, the medicinal hall named Tianqin Hall appeared in their line of sight. There were not many people in this area, and it was a little quiet. There was only one medicinal hall nearby. There were no other shops, and they were all empty. They landed on the street and looked at the shop. There was no smell of medicine here. The shop was a little old. One side of the signboard had fallen down and was hanging on it shakily. It was simple and unadorned, but it seemed too old. There were some cracks in the corners, and it looked more like a dilapidated house. Nuashing's cheeks twitched slightly. He took a deep breath and nodded at Zian and the others. Then he slowly walked into the shop. The interior of the store was not very spacious. A night pearl hung in the middle of a narrow passageway, illuminating the passageway. The interior of the store appeared rather cold and cheerless. Empty cabinets were placed in all 4 directions of the circular store. It seemed that something had been displayed in those places before. He glanced around and finally stopped in front of him. There, a figure was sleeping soundly with his head buried in the ground. Snoring sounds could be heard from his nose. He seemed to be sleeping soundly. Chapter 763. Nuashing and the others stood for a while and looked at the sleeping figure with interest. Although his sideburns were white, they could still feel his surging aura. This high-grade, immortal-grade alchemist was also a Netherworld King expert. Nuashing opened his mouth a few times, wanting to wake him up, but he couldn't bear to do so. Nuashing hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't say anything to disturb this person. He looked at the other parts of the shop. Although the cabinets were empty, and some of them were covered in a thick layer of dust, there were still some jade bottles and jade boxes placed in the middle. Inside the boxes, there were all top-quality pills and herbs. The wooden cabinets were already worn to a certain extent. A casual touch might cause it to collapse. Nuashing picked up a jade bottle, opened the lid, and took a whiff of the elixir fragrance. Then he closed the lid again and shook his head gently. Based on his experience of eating all kinds of peerless saint-grade elixirs. Although these immortal-grade elixirs were precious, their quality was probably only low-grade among the immortal-grade elixirs. The elixir fragrance was also mixed with other smells. He didn't know if it was because they weren't preserved well or if there were some problems during the refining process. No wonder no one came. The quality of these elixirs is too low. She also picked up a jade bottle. She took a whiff and wrinkled her little nose. What elixir fragrance! These elixirs are going to stink. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. Although the immortal-grade elixirs weren't preserved well, they weren't as bad as she said. However, with her strength and vision, it was normal that she didn't like them. Fortunately, we're not here to buy elixirs. If we buy elixirs here, we'll lose a lot of money. She smacked her lips and put the jade bottle back on the wooden cabinet. She even patted her sleeves lightly, as if she felt dirty just by touching it. It was unknown whether these words had awakened the gray-haired figure, or if he had just woken up. But the man suddenly raised his head from the counter, revealing an unsmiling face. His face was pale and slightly dry, and his eyebrows had all fallen off, but one could vaguely see that he was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man raised his head. He didn't even open his eyes. He sniffed and suddenly began to drool. He chuckled and said, "The fragrance of a woman." Yun Nuashing and Zian shuddered, and a chill suddenly appeared in their hearts. They instinctively felt that something bad was about to happen. Then the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. His greenish-white eyes were glowing. When he saw the girls who suddenly appeared in the shop, he couldn't help but grin and squint his eyes. His eyes were already very small, and when he squinted, they were almost invisible. He even used his malicious gaze to look at the girls wantonly. When his gaze landed on Yun Nuashing, he didn't even stop for a second before he muttered, "Mediocre." Then his gaze landed on Zian and the others. His eyes were almost glowing. Being stared at like this, the girls' expressions were a little unnatural. Yun Nuashing's forehead was also bursting with blue veins. Fortunately, he wasn't a girl. Otherwise, with this sentence, he would have a reason to tear down the shop while he was at it. Yun Nuashing took a step forward and blocked Zian and the others behind her. She took a deep breath and tried her best to put on a smile on her face. She said rather politely, "Mr. Miao, I heard that you have colored glass, spiritual sand in your hands. Would you be willing to exchange it with me?" Bah! Which big mouth is barking again. When the middle-aged man heard this, he spat and spit flew in the air. Then he impatiently shook his hand. His eyes wanted to look through Yun Nuashing and behind him. He cursed as he clamped his legs on the table and laughed sinisterly. "That's right. I have colored glass, spiritual sand. I took it from a group of people in an ancient ruin. It could be said that I used my life to exchange for it. Do you understand?" Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She took a deep breath and said, "Colored glass spiritual sand is comparable to a 12th level material. Although it isn't listed as exclusive to the gods, it's still a rare forging treasure. Mr. Miao is an alchemy grandmaster. It's useless for you to have such a treasure. Why don't you exchange it with me? I have 2 sun essence, demonic fruits here. It's the main ingredient of a high-grade saint pill. I'm sure Mr. Miao knows its value better than I do." Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and flipped over her hand, taking out 2 fist-sized fruits. These 2 fruits emitted a sunlight that was as bright as the sun, illuminating the dark shop until it was extremely dazzling. Even some of the shredded paper on the ground started to burn silently, as if Yun Nuashing was holding 2 suns in his hands, not 2 fruits. She was also stunned. She quickly looked at Zian and asked, "Where did Brother Nua get these sun essence, demonic fruits?" Zian covered Mei Mao and said softly, "Last time when I went to the Sun Moon Institute, I saw a Sun Moon Spring. These were born in the spring, but one was ice and the other fire. Even if the people of the Sun Moon Institute knew about it, they wouldn't dare to pick it. We got lucky." When the sun essence demonic fruits appeared, the middle-aged man's lewd eyes shrank. He looked at the 2 suns with a serious expression, but this seriousness disappeared in a flash. Soon after, he became frivolous again and laughed. "Little girl, these sun essence demonic fruits are not bad, but colored glass spiritual sand is a 12th level treasure. Although I'm not a blacksmith, I have many blacksmith friends. They know the value of colored glass spiritual sand better than I do. Why don't I ask them to appraise it? The corner of Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. Although the seriousness in the middle-aged man's eyes disappeared quickly, it couldn't escape his evil spirit eye. Although he couldn't see through the thoughts of an underworld king expert, how could he not know what this guy meant? If you want to ask for a price, just say it. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing didn't put the 2 fruits away. He said indifferently, "Then what price does Mr. Meow plan to pay?" The sunlight of this sun essence, demonic fruit, hasn't dissipated yet. It's obvious that it's been less than half a year since it was born. It must have been picked. Then I presume that you've also picked the other half of the moon spring flower? The middle-aged man grinned. Yun Nuoshing's expression turned serious. This guy was worthy of being a high immortal rank alchemist. The sun essence, demonic fruit, and the moon spring flower were both born together. Those who had one would naturally be able to obtain the other. Both of them contain the splendor of the sun essence, demonic fruit, and the moon spring flower. But this splendor would automatically return to the fruit after half a year. 2 stalks of moon spring flower and the pill formula for the sun moon fortune pill. I'll give you the 50 kilograms of colored, glazed spirit sand. Without waiting for Yun Nuoshing to speak, the middle-aged man grinned and licked his lips. His pair of eyes looked behind Yun Nuoshing again. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said, "Old Mr. Meow must be joking. I picked the sun-moon essence, demonic fruit, by accident. I'm not an alchemist, so I won't collect pill formulas. Moreover, although the pill formula for the sun-moon fortune pill is a high saint rank pill, it can't even be compared to some low, peerless rank pill formulas. With this pill formula, I can buy a few blocks of colored, glazed spirit sand." Hearing this, the middle-aged man grinned and laughed sinisterly. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to shudder. Why was this guy like a pervert? Soon after, they heard the former laugh sinisterly. "Of course, that was just a casual remark." "So?" Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows. She felt that things weren't that simple. The middle-aged man chuckled and pointed behind Yun Nuoshing. With a lewd smile, he said, "Leave those little beauties behind and give me a sun essence, demonic fruit, and a lunar spring flower. Maybe I'll consider it." Hearing this, the tense smile on Yun Nuoshing's face instantly turned gloomy. She took a light breath and said calmly, "Old Mr. Meow, please don't joke around. You're an underworld king expert. Why do you have to tease us juniors?" Crack. The chair that was gently swaying suddenly stopped. The middle-aged man raised his head and the smile on his face faded. However, the green light in his eyes didn't shrink. Instead, it became stronger. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others with a smile that wasn't a smile. The open door closed with a bang, and the temperature in the surroundings rose silently. That scorching aura pressed down on Yun Nuoshing and the others. Before it came into contact with them, Feng Er's jade-like hands trembled slightly, and the flaming aura automatically avoided them. "Old Mr. Meow, I'm seriously discussing with you. During this period of time, I urgently need the colored, glazed spirit sand. I hope that you can make an exception. As long as the price is suitable, I won't refuse." Yun Nuoshing's slightly tanned face still had a smile. Seeing that he was still suppressing the irritation in his heart, Xian couldn't help but smile. She gently poked his back with her jade-like hands, causing another vein on Yun Nuoshing's forehead to pop out. He couldn't help but transmit his voice, "Don't poke me. I'm afraid that I'll hit you if I can't hold it in." "Ha! I didn't expect that these little girls of yours would have some foundation." Seeing that Yun Nuoshing and the others weren't affected by his aura, the middle-aged man was also a little surprised. Soon after, he laughed sinisterly and said, "However, I'm also very seriously talking to you. Leave the little girls behind you behind. Of course, you can also stay behind. I think you're quite interesting. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. The smile on his face completely disappeared, and his voice couldn't help but become louder. Old Mr. Meow, if you still have such an idea, don't blame me for doing something rude. Although this old man's talent in alchemy is mediocre, it's not up to a little junior like you to talk to me like this. Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, a mocking smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he sneered. Let me pinch my fingers and calculate. The white thing in your head might have been dug into a hole by Wang Kai next door. Did he bury something in there? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and suddenly turned around. He waved his hand and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He brought the few girls and rushed towards the door. It's too late for you to leave now. Seeing Yun Nuashing's actions and hearing those words, a murderous aura flashed across the middle-aged man's face. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground and his body rushed towards Yun Nuashing like lightning. At the same time his body moved, a rolling heat wave quickly spread in the shop. Wisps of flames spread out from the ground and suddenly sealed the door. Seeing the wall of fire standing in front of him, Yun Nuashing's face didn't change. He extended his hand and was about to push the door open. You're courting death. Seeing that Yun Nuashing was about to touch the wall of fire, the middle-aged man couldn't help but sneer. His flaming hand suddenly slapped out and enveloped the entire passageway. The scarlet flaming palm burned half of the wall and slapped towards Yun Nuashing and the others from all directions. Xiao Shi! Yun Nuashing called out indifferently, after which the person beside him suddenly flashed. He didn't look behind him, and his white-gloved hand gently touched the wall of fire. That gentle action caused the wall of fire to disappear without a trace the moment it touched it, after which that delicate hand pushed the door open, and the sunlight from outside shone in once again. Bang! At the same time, an energy explosion suddenly sounded from behind them. Surging waves of air blew the roof of the shop away. The passageway also disappeared in an instant. Sunlight poured down from above. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuashing and the rest also gently turned around. Humph, you old bastard. I gave you a lot of face, and you didn't want it. You're just a little nether king. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? In the shop, the wooden cabinets were tilted left and right. The walls had collapsed, and the medicinal herbs and pills that were placed on the shelves rolled to the side. Papers fluttered in the air, and the scene was like an earthquake. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Yi Shi's small foot was stepping on his chest as she looked down at him disdainfully. The aura of death around her formed a small whirlwind. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, and he lowered his head with difficulty to look at Yi Shi, who had a cold and arrogant expression on her face. Just now he hadn't reacted. In his mind, he should have been the one to slap them unconscious. Why did this happen? And this aura, you're another king expert. The middle-aged man coughed out a mouthful of blood. The lustful light in his eyes finally disappeared and was replaced by a faint trace of fear. However, he quickly calmed down and roared, I'm an immortal grade alchemist. If you kill me, the Morning Pill's Sacred Hall won't let you off. There won't be a place for you in the Origin Tripod City. You really don't know what's good for you. Your life is in the hands of others, and you still have the time to think about other things. Yi Shi sneered and stomped on the middle-aged man's chest. With this stomp, Yun Nuashing heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. The middle-aged man also spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with some fragments of his internal organs. This casual stomp had seriously injured him. Seeing the high and mighty Nether King expert being so casually subdued by Yi Shi, Yun Nuashing fell into deep thought. Usually, he only faced God Emperor experts. In fact, he didn't really understand people at this level. He thought that even if a Nether King expert couldn't defeat a God Emperor expert, he could at least resist for a short period of time. He didn't expect that he would be killed so quickly. As for why the middle-aged man shouted Nether King, Yun Nuashing shrugged. He felt that Yi Shi should have shown mercy. Little Shi, let's go. Don't waste time here. Yun Nuashing called out softly. Yi Shi nodded and lifted her foot to kick the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man was sent flying and crashed into the wall. He spat out another mouthful of blood. A trace of hatred flashed in his eyes as he stared at the people walking out of the shop. It was as if he wanted to engrave their faces in his mind. Chapter 764. Ignoring the middle-aged man's vicious gaze, Yun Nuashing indifferently glanced at him before leading his men out of the store. He originally did not want to make a move, but this fellow's thoughts were not right. Furthermore, he had set his sights on the girls behind him. It was already a miracle that he was able to hold back his anger. If he were to make a move, it would not be as simple as destroying a store that could easily destroy a city or a fortress, casually tossing a spatial ring in her hand. Yi Shi fiddled with it for a while before casually breaking the spiritual seal on it. She then tossed it to Yun Nuashing. Here's his spatial storage ring. See if it's inside. Yun Nuashing nodded his head. His spiritual strength sunk into it. After probing for a moment, he discovered a jade box that was huddled in a corner, emitting a glass-like glow. He took it out and gently opened it. The brilliant glow that shone out caused him to gently nod his head. However, his face twitched slightly before he carelessly closed it again. He scolded, "This old fellow 50 kilograms? I estimate that there's only 40 kilograms here. It's only enough to make some leftovers." Soon after, he sighed and bitterly smiled. What's wrong with this world? Can't they just do business properly? Why do they have to make a move? Sigh. She shrugged her shoulders and said, "A monster king, a god-child, a demigod stage, a demon stage, and a me whose strength he can't see through. Before I reveal my identity, he naturally won't care. After all, that old man is still a Nether King expert. He naturally has his own arrogance and dirty thoughts." She jumped into Yun Nuashing's embrace, swinging her slender legs as she casually said, "Experts naturally have their own arrogance. If Brother Nuashing wants the other party to talk to you seriously, then show him an identity or strength worthy of the other party's respect. This is the rule of this world. Only experts have the right to speak. All right, then, let's go take the test to become an alchemist. I don't want to reveal my identity as the 9 deities temple. It's too frightening." Yun Nuashing hugged her gently and said helplessly, "Big Brother Nua, if you reveal your identity as a member of 9 deities hall, the entire Origin Cauldron City will treat you as a guest," Yishi added. "That's even worse." Casually strolling through the streets, Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment before walking into a shop. She also inquired about the alchemist factions in Origin Cauldron City. Second to none is the dazzling fire palace of the Fire God Shrine, followed by the Morning Pill Sacred Hall, and then the Sacred Fire Guild. When the boss mentioned it, he couldn't help but feel a little yearning. That flickering expression of worship made Yun Nuashing and the others feel a little funny, and also a little emotional. It seemed that the status of an alchemist was indeed not low. In this city where alchemy was common, the alchemist's great power was even more admirable. Recalling the middle-aged man's mention of the Morning Pill Sacred Hall, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask, "How strong are the Morning Pill Sacred Hall?" "Very strong. These 3 factions have always occupied the top 3 positions in Origin Cauldron City. Needless to say, the dazzling Fire Palace is one of the top 3 factions. Neither the Morning Pill Sacred Hall nor the Sacred Fire Guild dares to provoke them. These 2 factions have always had private disputes, but the Sacred Fire Guild has never won against the Morning Pill Sacred Hall." The boss chuckled and said, "It is said that the Morning Pill Sacred Hall has a high-grade saint alchemist. His alchemy efficiency alone is comparable to half of the Sacred Fire Guild's alchemists." The boss said respectfully, "I am an elite alchemist. In Origin Cauldron City, 80% of the people are like me, insignificant alchemists. Don't think that elite alchemists are very famous in other cities. In Origin Cauldron City, elite alchemists are nothing in front of those big shots. After chatting for a while, Yun Nuashing and the others walked out of the shop. Thinking about the location of the Sacred Fire Guild that they had just inquired about, they walked slowly along a route and turned slowly through a few long streets. It was currently noon, but the streets were still bustling with activity. Many medicinal herbs were displayed on the roadside stalls. There were 100-year-old, 1,000-year-old, and even 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. They were placed all over the place like cabbages. Some medicinal herbs that were considered precious in the outside world were rarely bought. Only the truly rare and unique treasures would be stored in high-grade jade boxes. After walking around for a long time and asking people along the way, they walked along the walls as if they were walking through a maze for a quarter of an hour. Only then did they slowly come to a stop and raise their heads to look at the majestic building that had suddenly appeared in front of them. The highest point of the palace was like a furnace, for huge cauldrons were placed at the four corners of the palace, bobbing up and down at the top of the palace. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the space around the cauldrons was slowly fluctuating as they bobbed up and down. One could even hear the sound of heavy weight rubbing against the space. At the top of the palace, on a black plaque, for golden words were emitting a faint light. They appeared very imposing, as if they wanted to engrave these 4 words in the minds of those who saw them for the first time. Sacred Fire Guild. Speaking of which, since it's called Sacred Fire, there should be that thing inside, right? That thing. Yun Nuashing licked her lips and chuckled. I don't know whether there is or not. I'm just reminding you, with your current situation, even if you refine a divine flame that is ranked lower than 30, it probably won't cause any changes to the divine physique. Before Yi Shi and the others could respond, Ziya's quiet voice entered their minds. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could a divine flame that was ranked 30th be so easy to find? Not to mention that they had searched the entire God's realm. At least they had seen the treasure map. So far, they had only found the 2 divine flames that were ranked higher in the Source Peak region from the complicated symbols. Now, they were still working hard on one of them. I'm just saying. Besides, divine flames aren't very useful to me. Divine weapons can also improve my physique. After repairing the sword of sand and absorbing it, it will probably be close to maturity. After that, it will be a matter of realm. Yun Nuashing smiled indifferently. Ziyi shrugged. She was just reminding him. Besides, what he said was indeed the truth. Divine flames weren't as useful to him as the others. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the empty space. She realized that most of the people who passed by this palace would stop for a while and look at the palace with envy or respect. Then they would also look at her and the girls beside her. A hint of surprise flashed past their eyes. Moreover, they seemed to have absorbed 80% of the gazes that were directed at the Sacred Fire Guild. With a dry cough, Yun Nuashing helplessly reached out to hold Zian and Feng Er's hands. Then she glanced at Little Bing Er and Yi Shi. Then she strode toward the Sacred Fire Guild. As they walked up the stairs and approached the door, 2 young men who seemed to have been watching them for a long time stepped forward and extended their hands to stop them. They smiled faintly and said, "Fairies, this is the territory of the Sacred Fire Guild. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Is there anything we can help you with?" Yun Nuashing blinked her bright eyes and glanced at the badges on their chests. The background of the badges was a red sea of fire. A big word elite was engraved in the middle. There were 3 bright stars in the triangular position. High-level elite apothecary. Yun Nuashing murmured in her heart. Apothecaries and alchemists were of the same rank. Their badges were different, but they were mostly the same. However, she was a little surprised that an elite apothecary was sent to guard the door. It seemed to be just like what the boss said. An elite apothecary didn't seem to be much here. After glancing at them for a while, Yun Nuashing said softly, I heard that the Sacred Fire Guild can provide an apothecary rank assessment for ordinary people. I wanted to take a look and test my own rank." "So you want to take a rank assessment? Fairy, do you have your previous rank badge? If you do, we can arrange it for you," the two young men said with a smile. They didn't dare to be too casual with their gazes. Those who could move around in Yuanding City had a high status. If they weren't strong enough to be unscrupulous, they wouldn't dare to look around casually. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, she paused. She then took out 2 jade bottles from her ring and placed them in the hands of the 2 young men. She said, "No, we have never done this before. You can arrange it for us." She looked suspiciously at the jade bottle in her hand. Her soul strength entered it casually. Soon after, the young man's body suddenly stiffened. A look of horror quickly surged on his face, but he quickly hid it. He glanced at the person beside him and found that his expression had also trembled slightly. He couldn't help looking at Yun Nuashing and the others with a hint of respect. "Can we go in now?" Yun Nuashing asked softly with a smile. The 2 young men trembled and exchanged glances. Soon after, one of them hurriedly cupped his hands towards Yun Nuashing and said, "Fairy, this way, please. We'll make the arrangements for you." After speaking, she glanced at the young man who didn't have time to speak. Under his jealous gaze, she led Yun Nuashing and the others through the door behind her. After walking through a spacious passageway, they arrived at a large hall. A rich, medicinal fragrance lingered in the hall. Just a whiff of it was enough to clear away the fatigue of traveling day and night, making one feel refreshed. There weren't many people in the hall. Only a few people were busy behind their tables. Occasionally, someone would appear, but they would just hurriedly pass by and go somewhere else. It wasn't until a series of light footsteps rang out that those people raised their heads and looked towards the passageway in front of them. When they saw the young man and Yun Nuashing walking in, a trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. This was especially so when they saw the young man's rather solemn expression, which made them somewhat bewildered. After settling down Yun Nuashing and the others for a while, the young man walked in front of a person and said, "Senior brother, help me get 2 assessment tokens." The one with no restrictions is the one that can be tested from the beginning all the way up. The senior brother was stunned. He put down the pen in his hand and took out 2 black tokens from his space storage tool. He glanced at the quiet Yun Nuashing and the others. Her beautiful appearance and ethereal temperament made him swallow his saliva uncontrollably. Before the young man took the 2 tokens, he suddenly stretched out his hand and hooked it around his neck. He smiled and said, "Fandong, you're really something. You were punished to guard the door for 3 days, but you still managed to hook up with such beautiful fairies." The young man, called Fandong, smiled bitterly. After struggling for a while, he said bitterly, "Hook up my ass. I brought them here to take the alchemist assessment. They've never taken the assessment before, but if nothing unexpected happens, they're at least at the beginning of the immortal grade." Immortal grade? They look like they're only in their late 20s, and they don't have the lethargy of those elders. You're not joking, right? The senior brother's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he suddenly said very seriously, "What's the benefit of lying to you?" Fandong rolled his eyes and took out the jade bottles that Yun Nuashing had just handed to him. He said, "You'll know when you see it for yourself." The senior brother took the 2 jade bottles suspiciously. Then he suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed his saliva. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Although we can't rule out the possibility that they didn't refine it themselves, they should have a very strong background since they can take out immortal grade pills so casually." Fandong nodded and muttered for a while. Then he took the 2 black tokens and returned to Yun Nuashing and the others. While they were talking, Yun Nuashing and Zian were also cramming at the last minute. In fact, they didn't have much experience in alchemy, but why were they so confident? It all started from that time, back then, when they met the Monarch Mountain Empress and saw the statues of Great Emperor Colored Glaze and the others. The Soul Saber Great Emperor was an alchemist. When Yun Nuashing was cultivating at that time, she inadvertently received some teachings from him. Later, when she met the real person, he also forcibly imparted knowledge to her. Kid, you have 4 kinds of divine flames. It's simply a waste if you don't learn alchemy. You have to learn it no matter what. At that time, the Soul Saber Great Emperor directly hung Yun Nuashing up and preached to her. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at that time the Empress and the others also agreed very much. She had no choice but to learn. However, the learning time wasn't too long. During that time there were all kinds of things, but the Soul Saber Great Emperor imparted a lot of his own alchemy experience to Yun Nuashing. He also let Yun Nuashing watch him refine pills from the side. It could be considered a serious learning experience. As for how much Yun Nuashing accepted, it was hard to say. She should have at least half a bucket of knowledge. After all, she boasted that she had no problem learning anything. Therefore, at this time, Yun Nuashing was also imparting this half a bucket of experience to Xian. As for why she was dragged in besides her own curiosity, it was more because of her physique. Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed Xian's head. When she saw Fan Dong walking over, she whispered a few words to him. The 5 elements constitution has the power of creation. This kind of technical work that is similar to creation is very suitable for you. Chapter 765. Everyone, please come with me. Fan Dong handed 2 black tokens to Yun Nuashing and Xian. Then he gestured to them and smiled. The black token has the right to take an unlimited test. It's mainly for alchemists who have great strength but have never taken a test before. In fact, if you have the ability, you can directly take the test at the level you think you can reach. There's no need to take multiple tests, but, speaking up to here, Fan Dong looked back at Yun Nuashing and the others. The latter nodded helplessly and said, "We don't know what level we can reach, so we need to take the test all the way." Fan Dong nodded and then muttered in his heart, "If the immortal grade pill was refined by you, you can take the immortal grade test directly." After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a door. Outside the door, there were 2 young men. They had their hands behind their backs, and their backs were as straight as a spear. They were waiting with their eyes closed. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept across the 2 young men. Her heart froze. These 2 young men were both God's Son level experts. He didn't lead Yun Nuashing and the others directly into the door. Instead, he walked towards a small door on the wall. He gently pushed it open and walked in. Behind the small door was a very ordinary room. There was only a counter and a wooden cabinet inside. There were rows of head-sized crystal balls on the cabinet. They were flowing with a faint blue and white light. Fan Dong took out a scroll from the counter and spread it open. He smiled at Yun Nuashing and said, "Use the crystal ball on the side to measure your age and say your name." Yun Nuashing and Xian looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. This was the procedure of others, so there was nothing to dispute. Yusin. It had been a long time since she used an alias. Yun Nuashing coughed and casually picked up a brighter crystal ball from the counter. She held it in her hands. The blue and white light in the crystal ball circulated for a while. It seemed to rush into Yun Nuashing's body. Then it quickly retreated and condensed in the middle of the crystal ball, slowly changing into a number. UXIN, age 10-14? Fan Dong lowered his head and wrote down his name. When he looked up and saw the number on the crystal ball, he was so shocked that his pen fell to the ground. His mouth opened, so wide that a pear could be stuffed in. "What kind of age is this?" "My conservative estimate is at least 35. Yun Nuashing wrinkled her nose and looked at the astonished Fan Dong. She casually revealed her age and asked, This is also relative. The age measured is not the actual age." Fan Dong scratched his head awkwardly. He coughed dryly and said, "We cultivators have a very long lifespan. Every time we cultivate, it's almost like we're reborn. However, the age of our bones will be firmly engraved in our bones. That's our actual age. However, this crystal ball measures the age of a cultivator. For example, at our level. Our current state is equivalent to our age." "Oh," Yun Nuashing replied. He put down the crystal ball in his hand in disbelief and took out another one to take a look. In the end, it still showed 14. He didn't know if he was too young or too inexperienced. Xian also thought of an alias. The dazzling fire palace was here. They didn't want to be caught by the people of the fire god shrine and then worship them. However, this name made Yun Nuashing blush. She silently glanced at Xian. This name had a deep meaning. Xian took out a crystal ball and Fan Dong also recorded it. Yun Yi, age 10-16. Seeing this age, Fan Dong's cheeks twitched for a while. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Where did this monster come from? He estimated that she was in her 20s when he measured her. In the end, Yun Nuashing and Xian were so young that they were almost as young as they were sensible. Especially that Yun Yi, she was much stronger than him. Feng Air and Little Bing Air also curiously held a crystal ball and looked at it attentively for a while. 10 years old and 1 year old. Well, the two of you are young enough. Seeing the age displayed on the crystal ball, Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. In this group of people, one was younger than the other. She also picked up the crystal ball and quickly put it down after a glance. She blushed slightly and turned her head. Then she saw Yun Nuashing looking at her with a sinister smile and said, "Little she is 20 years old." She blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She smiled bitterly. She clearly looked the youngest, but in the end, she was the oldest. After all, she was a god-emperor powerhouse and had actually lived for more than 100,000 years. Little Xinshin is 2 years younger than me. Xian smiled and rubbed Yun Nuashing's head. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. In terms of actual age, Xian was 7 or 8 years younger than her. She didn't expect that when the relative age of cultivators was revealed, he would be younger than her. After the registration, Fan Dong led the few people out. Then he walked to the two young men, cupped his hands, and said, "Senior brother, the assessment inside hasn't started yet, right?" "Haha, not yet, but it will start soon. You were punished to guard the door, but you still brought new people. These young ladies are not bad." The senior brother opened his eyes and glanced at Yun Nuashing and the others. He was stunned and inexplicably felt his heart palpitate when he looked at them. With his strength, he was surprised that he had such a feeling. Fan Dong smiled bitterly and went through the handover procedure with the senior brother. Then he took the 2 black tokens from Yun Nuashing and Xian, fiddled with them and returned them. Then he smiled at Feng and said, "Fairies, please wait here for a moment. Only those who are taking the assessment can enter." Yun Nuashing and Xian took the tokens, put them away casually and nodded with a smile. "Good luck." Feng smiled and cheered them on. Yun Nuashing also smiled and cupped her hands to Fan Dong and the others. Then she walked through the door with Xian. After entering the door, the bright lights illuminated a spacious platform. In front of them, there were 3 doors of different colors. From left to right, they were red, blue, and black. A huge crystal hung from the ceiling, illuminating the place. After raising the token and looking at it for a while, Yun Nuashing pulled Xian to the black door and stuck the token on it. The black door made a slight sound and then slowly opened from the middle. After the two walked in, the door closed suddenly. In the hall behind the black door, there were quite a number of people clustered around. The atmosphere was somewhat cheerful, and whispers could be heard. When Yun Nuashing and Yun Ruashing walked in, those people's gazes slowly turned around. Those eyes that contained a bright light glanced at the two of them, and then many people were stunned. Yun Nuashing could not be more familiar with that gaze. Yun Nuashing was also sizing up these people. His gaze vaguely swept across these people's chests. He was somewhat surprised to find that this group of people basically did not have the alchemist badge. Many of them even appeared to be very young. They did not look much older than them. Clearly, for some reason, they had not participated in the alchemist assessment. In front of the crowd, Yun Nuashing also found 3 old men. Their eyebrows were almost falling off. On their chests there was a badge with 3 god grade stars, which was the high god grade. The old man in the middle was actually wearing a divine grade beginner badge. He pricked up his ears and listened for a while. Only then did he know that these 3 old men were the elders of the Sacred Fire Guild. The 3 doors where they were at were used for outsiders to assess. Compared to the dazzling Fire Palace and the Morning Pill Holy Hall, the Sacred Fire Guild was very convenient in this aspect. Furthermore, if they found someone with extremely high talent, they would even be accepted into the Sacred Fire Guild as an exception. The 3 old men were still chatting. The divine grade alchemist swept his eyes across the hall and saw the people he didn't see just now. He couldn't help but stare at the 2 young girls who came in without him knowing. He smiled faintly and said, "Haha, 2 little girls, are you also here to take the alchemist assessment?" Yun Nuashing, who was looking at the hall out of boredom, was slightly stunned when she heard the divine grade old man's words. She then nodded and cupped her hands at the 3 of them. Seeing Yun Nuashing nod, the divine grade old man was a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, what's the age on your crystal ball?" "I'm 14 and she's 16. Although Yun Nuashing didn't know why the divine grade alchemist would ask these questions that had already been registered, she still answered truthfully. Yun Nuashing's reply caused the old man to be stunned for a moment. Even the 2 old men beside him let out a surprised cry. The people in the hall also turned their gazes in shock and stared at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing with strange gazes. All sorts of emotions flashed past their eyes, and almost all of them were puzzled. The divine grade alchemist smiled and didn't say anything else. However, the old man beside him smiled and said, "Old Bai, your disciple is now close to the advanced supreme grade, right?" The divine grade alchemist pondered for a while and sighed, "That kid is very talented. He's estimated to have reached the advanced supreme grade at the age of 20. Perhaps he'll be able to advance to the immortal grade in another 2 years. What's wrong?" Nothing. I'm just asking." The old man beside him chuckled. His old eyes kept glancing at Yun Nuashing and Zian. No one knew what he was thinking. Yun Nuashing and Zian felt uncomfortable when they were glanced at by the old man, but they were relatively calm. The other immortal grade old man was also glancing at the 2 of them. After a while he exclaimed in surprise, causing the other 2 to turn their heads. The immortal grade old man couldn't help but ask, "Yilin, what are you surprised about?" The old man called Yilin glanced at him, stroked his beard, and said, "I can't see the spiritual realm of these 2 little girls. Perhaps there will be a good show today. Old Bai, what do you think?" Yilin looked at the old man in the middle and asked. Let's see. Old Bai chuckled and didn't say anything else. The immortal grade old man rolled his eyes. Time passed slowly for a while. Yun Nuashing and Zian stood in the corner and didn't go up to talk to anyone. The others stared at them with interest. In the boring wait, 2 beauties appeared, which was pleasing to the eyes. The 2 of them didn't bother to pay attention to anything and waited quietly. The black door opened once or twice, and another 2 or 3 people came in. These 2 or 3 people also stood by the side. Their eyes revealed some vicissitudes of life, but they looked very young. Similarly, there were no badges hanging on their chests. After waiting for a while, the divine grade alchemist slowly stood up and waved his hand. Then he smiled and said, "Time's up. Let's begin." When the crowd heard the voice, they slowly turned their eyes and looked at the 3 people at the front. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. Some people even took a deep breath, as if they were forcing themselves to be alert. Hearing this, Yilin didn't say anything else. He stood up and looked at the crowd below. Tilting his head, his old hand slipped out of his sleeve and pointed at the right side of the hall. There were rooms there. Each person has a single room. How should I say it? That's your examination room. Oh, there are a lot of herbs in each room. When you enter, don't touch them. There's a crystal ball on the table that's used to measure the strength of your soul. It will test your soul more comprehensively and match you with a certain difficulty. Then, you'll be tested one level at a time. There's no time limit. When you fail 3 times in a level, it will be considered over. Your level will be fixed at the level above. The initial level of the assessment won't be very high. So, you don't have to worry about failing the first assessment. Don't worry and go ahead. If your talent reaches the standard of our Sacred Fire Guild, the guild's doors will be open for you. Yi Lin's voice wasn't hoarse. Instead, it was a little forceful, causing the people below to look at each other. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of motivation. The last rule was very attractive to many people, and a portion of the people from the Sacred Fire Guild had also entered through this method. Yi Lin's gaze swept across the crowd. His gaze paused on Yun Nuashing and Xian for a while. When he saw that the two of them were laughing and talking about something, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and curl his lips into an inexplicable smile. After a while, Yi Lin clapped his hands and shifted his gaze away from Yun Nuashing. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's begin. Don't fail too much." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the hall uniformly walked towards the room on the right. Before entering, some people even cheered each other on. Good luck. Yun Nuashing and Xian found 2 adjacent rooms. They looked at each other and smiled. Then they opened the door and walked in. Chapter 766. After the hall became empty, Yulin finally sat down unhurriedly. He glanced at Senior Bai, who seemed to be in a good mood, and heard Senior Bai humming a song from who knows how many years ago. Yulin could not help but roll his eyes and casually said, "You seem to be in a good mood." "Haha, it has already begun." Senior White chuckled as he stroked his beard. A glint flashed across his aged eyes as he looked at the tightly shut doors. The originally black doors were now emitting several different colors. Moreover, the soul pressure emitted from the doors that were darker in color was even more powerful. 25 people. 3 of them have reached the divine level soul. 2 of them are divine sons and divine venerables. Only the little girl is at the demon level. Moreover, she is only at the 2nd seal of the demon level. Lao Bai chuckled, causing Yi Lin and the God-grade elder to be stunned. The 2nd seal of the demon level already has a divine level soul? Let's continue to observe, Yi Lin said as he took a sip of tea from the teacup on the table beside him. After the door was closed, the dark room slowly became bright. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked around. The room was not very big. It was only about 6 meters long and wide. On the side of the door, there was a medicine cabinet made of high-quality jade. Not a single trace of medicine fragrance leaked out. It was sealed very well. In the center of the room, there was a small stone table. On the stone table, there was a 2-meter-tall medicine cauldron and a 2-meter-tall alchemy cauldron. Both of them were made of high-quality materials. When used to refine pills, they could increase the flame and nourish the pills. As for the differences between the medicine cauldron and the alchemy cauldron, there was actually no difference. The 2 types of tools depended on which one was more convenient to use. There were more than 2 types of tools for refining pills. It was just that there were more people using these 2 types of tools. Yun Nuashing glanced at the 2 alchemy cauldrons and then turned to the side of the stone table. There was a table there. On the table, there was a crystal ball the size of a head. This should be the crystal ball that Yilin had mentioned just now to measure the soul strength. Buzz! Walking to the side of the table, Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and gently touched the crystal ball. Immediately, a deep, multicolored light blossomed from within, illuminating the entire room. The intensity of the light was so strong that Yun Nuashing could only temporarily close his eyes. At the same time, the power of his soul suddenly surged when he touched the crystal ball. It drilled out from his palm and stuck to the crystal ball, causing him to not dare to let go for a moment. After a long while, when he felt that his soul had gradually calmed down, He released his palm and opened his eyes. The transparent crystal ball was now rendered to look like a piece of colored glass. The crystal ball was silent for a moment, and the light inside flickered slightly. After a moment, a paragraph of text was projected out, and it was reflected in the air. The text was a prescription, and its level and information were completely projected in the air. Premium, high grade. It's tested that my soul is at the God level, and it's set at premium high grade. It seems like the starting point isn't high. Yun Nuashing looked at it seriously. This prescription was a kind of elixir called the Berserk Elixir. The effect of this Berserk Elixir would allow the user to explode with all the power in his body for a short period of time. However, after the effect of the elixir was over, the user would enter a period of weakness due to the excessive outburst of aura. This kind of elixir could be considered as a top-grade elixir among the premium high-grade elixirs. For those who often refined elixirs, the difficulty might not be very high. However, Yun Nuashing was just a newbie. I wonder how the girl is, muttering in his heart. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath for a moment. In this room, there wasn't a dragon vein, nor was there an abundance of fire element. If he wanted to refine elixirs, he could only use his own fire element. This was also the first condition for the alchemist examination. Without the fire element, although he could refine elixirs, he definitely couldn't be called an alchemist. The girl's fire origin hasn't been retrieved. I wonder if the weak flames in the 5 elements' energy are enough. While his mind was still wandering, Yun Nuashing walked to the medicine cabinet at the side and took out the herbs needed to refine the Berserk Elixir. Furthermore, he took out 2 portions at once. He was also worried that this first attempt would be wasted. After all, I'm just a newbie. Although Brother Soul Blade has taught me for a period of time, I'm still inexperienced. I hope that I can use these 2 practices to make up for the gap a little. After arranging the herbs and taking out a jade bottle of good quality, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly in his heart. Which alchemist grandmaster hadn't been immersed in this field for dozens of years and spent countless efforts? Like the 2 of them, who felt like they were here to play on a whim, it was impossible to make up for the gap between them, no matter how talented they were. My soul power is definitely sufficient. Then let's go all out. Yun Nuashing's gaze swept past those medicinal ingredients. Then he quietly stared at the prescription. He slowly focused his mind. With his God-level soul's power and the help of the soul-suppressing lamp, he could smash out this high-quality, high-grade elixir. Moreover, he also had the help of the divine flame. Yun Nuashing repeatedly read the prescription in his mind 7 or 8 times. With a wave of his hand, the purple night flame in his body awakened and surged through his body. Then it flowed through his palm and into the cauldron. Boom! A violent, muffled sound rang out. The faint purple flame violently crashed into the cauldron. The cauldron, which seemed to be of good quality, suddenly shook with a clang. Even the cauldron's lid was shaken. At the same time, Yilin, who was outside the room, took another sip of tea. Before he could swallow the tea, the terrifying flame ripple suddenly spread out, and he spat out the tea in his mouth with a pew sound. Lao Bai also turned his head in surprise. When he saw Yun Nuashing's room, his hand, which was stroking his beard, paused. A bright light flashed through his aged eyes. He said faintly, "Faint purple flame. The fluctuation of the divine flame is like a purple moon in the sky. It has a faint star power. If I'm not wrong, it should be the purple night flame, which is ranked 90th on the divine flame list." The immortal alchemist also had a grave expression on his face. Yilin awkwardly wiped the tea dripping from his chin and fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then he used his soul power to transmit a message to the outside of the hall. His gaze was fixed on the door that was emitting a colorful light. His gaze penetrated the wall and looked inside. When he saw the faint purple flame flying around Yun Nuashing's body obediently like a spirit, his expression became even more serious. A moment later, the black door was pushed open. An alchemist, hurriedly ran in with a scroll in his hand. He ran to Yi Lin's side. Yi Lin took the scroll and waved his hand. The alchemist withdrew. Then he unfolded the scroll and saw that it was Yun Nuoxing's information. However, other than the name Yusin, there was nothing else. Yusin! Yi Lin blankly looked at Lao Bai and the immortal alchemist. The latter's white eyebrows twitched slightly as he shook his head. I've never heard of this name. At least, I've never heard of this name in the Source Cauldron City. I've also never heard of any alchemist in the Source Cauldron City who has a divine flame. This little girl, although she has a divine flame, her technique is very clever, but it's very stiff. She's not used to it, or rather, it's not smooth. Although the process is very smooth, it can't be said to be very coordinated, said the immortal alchemist. I don't know who her master is, but her technique is very profound. At least, it's not something we can do at our level. It's a pity that she hasn't familiarized herself with it yet. It's like a newbie, said Yulin as he nodded. It was not good to judge too early. It was better to continue watching in the room. Yun Nuoxing did not know that the wall was empty, nor did he know that someone had seen him using the purple night dark flame. He was not in the mood to care about what was happening outside. At this moment, there were more than a dozen clumps of medicinal liquid floating in the medicinal cauldron. He was unhurriedly using his soul to take the medicinal ingredients at the side and throw them into the medicinal cauldron. Under the control of his soul power, the light purple flame transformed into a phoenix that swallowed the medicinal ingredients in one gulp. Then it condensed and extracted the essence of the medicinal ingredients at a frightening speed. Condense. After a long while, when the dozens of medicinal herbs had been completely refined, Yun Nuoxing's hand seal changed. The dozens of medicinal liquids slowly came into contact with one another, fusing into a colorful, fist-sized medicinal liquid. Looking at the changing medicinal liquid, Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself for a while. He left behind a large portion of his soul power to control the purple night dark flame to burn gently. Under the effect of his soul power and the flame, the multicolored medicinal liquid slowly fused into one. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. Then, he stood up and walked to the side of the cauldron. He took another portion of the Berserk Pill's medicinal ingredients and started the second cauldron. Strengthening his soul power could speed up the fusion of the medicinal liquid. However, Yun Nuoxing only left behind a portion of his soul power to nourish the medicinal liquid. He did not speed up the fusion of the medicinal liquid. He only allowed it to slowly fuse under the nourishment of his soul power and the flame. Then he went to start the second cauldron. When he was refining the medicinal essence, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed like there was a problem with his technique. This caused him to want to review it once more so that he would not be flustered in the next test. Outside, Yi Lin and the other two naturally saw the situation. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Starting the second cauldron was actually quite common. However, wasn't this girl a newbie? They had guessed that she was a newbie. Even if she was taught by a grandmaster, it was impossible for her to start 2 cauldrons on her first try. However, it had already happened. No matter how shocked they were, they could only accept it. Yun Nuoxing, who was immersed in the cauldron, would occasionally open his eyes to look at the situation in the cauldron beside him. After looking for 10 seconds and seeing that nothing was wrong, he continued to immerse himself in refining the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron. This time, the changes in his hand seals were still quite stiff. However, compared to before, it was much better. The entire process also had a sense of natural beauty. If he practiced it a dozen more times, it might become even better. When the second cauldron of medicinal ingredients was finished refining and began to fuse, Yun Nuoxing focused his attention on the cauldron. At this time, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron had already fused and condensed into a perfectly round medicinal pill. It was rolling in the flame. Looking at the color of the medicinal pill, Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly. However, he did not stop. The last step, or perhaps the additional step, was to draw the lines. It was also known as drawing the pill lines. This was similar to a second process. It could increase the quality of the finished medicinal pill. However, if it was a normal pill line, it would not be very useful even if it was drawn. That pill line. How do I draw the pill line? Before he started, Yun Nuoxing's face stiffened. He suddenly forgot how to draw the pill line. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly recalled the time when he was taught by the Soul Saber Great Emperor, using the heart as the fire, using the fire as the brush. Every stroke is born from the heart. The heart moves at will, and the mind follows the pill. Only in this way can you draw the pill line that is most suitable for each medicinal pill. The voice of the Soul Saber Great Emperor echoed in his mind. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and recalled the medicinal effect of the Berserker pill. Then his hand seals changed slightly. The surging light, purple flame, trembled slightly and swallowed the medicinal pill again. He is drawing the pill line. Yi Lin could not help but whisper when he saw the scene. Haha, in order to pursue speed, the current alchemists rarely have the patience to draw the pill line. The time to draw the pill line is enough for some people who have opened 5 cauldrons at once. Only those who pursue the extreme will draw the pill line. Lao Bai smiled and stroked his beard. There seemed to be some gratification in his eyes. As an alchemist, this is how it should be. It took Yun Nuoxing quite a bit of effort to finish drawing the pill veins on the pill. Only then did he relax and let out a laugh. The hand seal dissipated and the light purple flame inside gradually extinguished. With a light flick of his finger, the lid of the medicinal cauldron was shaken. Yun Nuoxing snapped his fingers and a red medicinal pill flew out from the cauldron. After that, it fell into the jade bottle at the side. After keeping it in the jade bottle, Yun Nuoxing ran to the side of the medicinal cauldron. At this time, the medicinal pill inside had been rolling in the flame for an unknown amount of time. This was enough to show that the time needed to draw the pill line was probably longer than the time needed to refine the pill. After drawing the pill line on the second medicinal pill, he extinguished the flame in the medicinal cauldron and kept the medicinal pill. Then he took the jade bottle of the first medicinal pill and stuck it on the crystal ball. Buzz! When the jade bottle was stuck on the crystal ball, the latter trembled slightly. Very quickly, a line of words was projected into the air. Refinement, low level. Fusion, medium level. Formed pill, medium level. Color, medium level. Overall evaluation, medium level. Because the pill line was drawn, the evaluation increased by 1 grade. Berserker pill, high level. After reading this information, Yun Nuoxing wiped the sweat off his face. This assessment was divided into 6 grades: low level, medium level, high level, and peak level. This was his first time refining a pill, and he almost made it to the medium level. The medium level was just barely enough. After resting for a while, he stuck the second Berserker pill on the crystal ball. Second evaluation: refinement, fusion, formed pill, color, high level. Because the pill line was drawn, the evaluation increased by 1 grade. Berserker pill, high level. Not bad. After rubbing his stiff shoulders, Yun Nuoxing smiled. It seemed that drawing the pill line was still an advantage. This was also a death order given to him by the Soul Saber Great Emperor. He was required to draw the pill line every time he refined a pill. Otherwise, his boat would be smacked into 8 pieces. After a moment, the crystal ball shook slightly. The contents of the prescription changed. Yun Nuoxing also became more alert. Then he looked at the prescription that changed. His face stiffened and he smiled bitterly. It skipped the supreme level and reached the immortal level. Chapter 767. Tisk Tsk. She went from a novice to a beginner after 2 rounds of refining elixirs. She's almost at the proficient level. She can already use that refining technique very well. Yi Lin couldn't help but smack his lips. He looked at Yun Nuoxing's room and smiled. The other people in the other rooms are not bad either. The other 2 people with divine level soul have already started to challenge the deity grade. The old man nodded. That child also chose the deity grade prescription. Although her divine level soul and divine flame can make up for some shortcomings, she is too inexperienced. Many situations are more like relying on theory and her own understanding. If it's a familiar prescription, it'll be fine. If it's a strange prescription, it'll be very troublesome for her if it's a difficult one. For example, now, White gently pointed his hand over. Yi Lin and the old man were also stunned. They had started to take the deity grade test. Did they skip the supreme grade directly? But after a while, Yi Lin and the old man turned their eyes and looked at Yun Nuoxing's room. When they saw the prescription, they couldn't help but touch their foreheads and smile bitterly. Dragon Soul Elixir, Middle Deity Grade. It's one of the most difficult elixirs in the Middle Deity Grade. It's as difficult as the Low Divine Grade. It's a bit harsh. The old man nodded solemnly. If I were to refine it now, the success rate would not be more than 40%. The difficulty lies in the merging of the elixir. You have to merge the elixir with the dragon soul at the end. Even if you know it, it's difficult to control it. White said softly. Then he smiled and said, "But I also hope that she can perform a miracle." Yi Lin also nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the side and saw the room next to Yun Nuoxing's room. He was stunned. That was Xian's room. At this moment, it was emitting rich, 5-colored energy, which made him exclaim again. The power of 5 elements. This kind of energy can be used to refine elixirs. TSK. These 2 little girls are not simple. The old man was also surprised. White stroked his beard and looked at Xian's question with his old eyes. He pondered for a while and said, "Divine Origin Pill, low-level immortal grade. Divine Sons and Godly Venerables can directly increase their strength by 1 rank. Why are these 2 children's questions so difficult? The others are comparatively simpler. Even though there are difficulties, they aren't as difficult as they are. That little girl doesn't even have a divine soul." Yi Lin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. It's already hard enough just because they're newbies. There was a hint of helplessness in Yi Lin's voice. Lao Bai and the other 2 also pursed their lips and shrugged their shoulders. The test questions were automatically tested and not set by the 3 of them. Even if they did, it probably wouldn't change much. They wouldn't be biased just because you were a newcomer. Since you came to take the test, you should have the awareness to take the test. But if they succeed, TSK. Compared to the 14-year-old and 16-year-old immortal grade alchemists, Lao Bai, even your disciple can't compare, right? Yi Lin laughed again. Yes, indeed. Even if he was given the same conditions, he might not be able to reach this level. Maybe it's because of his talent, but also because of his teacher. Look at the techniques used by the 2 girls. I guess they're from the hands of a great grandmaster. White nodded. He didn't mean to be biased towards his disciple. He admitted it very readily, which made Yi Lin scratch his head. Should we check a little? They can't be people from their side, right? The old man raised his eyebrows and said, "I don't think so. If they really have such talent, they will definitely be great grandmasters in the future. Why let them take the test? Isn't it better to take the test internally?" White shook his head. When the old man heard this, he pondered for a while and nodded. While the 3 of them were conversing, a surging dragon roar was suddenly emitted from Yun Nuo Star's room. Soon after, an energy glow blossomed to the extreme. That brilliant light caused the expressions of the 3 of them to harden. "Oh no, the furnace is going to explode." Yi Lin shouted. His body shook and almost instantly appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing's door. However, before he could slap the door open, the bright light inside suddenly shrank, and then, boom! A violent explosion suddenly rang out, and a terrifying shockwave erupted, sending Yi Lin flying. The entire hall shook violently because of this explosion. The magnitude was so great that even the people in the adjacent rooms could feel it. Everyone's expression trembled as they suspiciously turned their gazes towards the source of the tremor. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Yulin had just steadied himself and was about to rush in again, but he saw Lao Bai put a hand on his shoulder and stopped him. Yulin was stunned and wanted to say something, but he saw Lao Bai point at the room. Yulin looked in the direction of Lao Bai's finger and was stunned. In the room, the human-shaped light shadow did not dissipate. However, the energy fluctuation in the medicine cauldron had disappeared. It seemed that when the cauldron exploded, the elixir had also exploded into ashes. However, what shocked Yulin was that Yun Nuashing was standing there unscathed. She was even scratching her head in distress. There was not even a speck of dust on her body. Yulin opened his mouth and muttered in disbelief. If we were not prepared when the cauldron exploded, we would have been seriously injured by the explosion. Why is this little girl unscathed? Haha, forget it. It's good that she is fine. White was very calm. He pulled Yulin back to the chair. Who didn't have secrets? If he wanted to know everything, he would be exhausted. Look, the little girl is starting to refine again. She was deep in thought for a while and seemed to have some ideas. I just don't know if she can see the fatal point of the dragon soul pill. In the room, Yun Nuashing tidied up a little. She did not immediately start refining again. Instead, she sat cross-legged on the ground and used her hands to take the 120 herbs. She looked at them one by one. This time, she even opened her evil spirit eye and wanted to see through the herbs. Then, what is the essence of these herbs? Only when they are fused together and neutralized can the elixir be formed. Yun Nuashing twirled a vine in her hand. The essence in her colorful eyes became even more intense. This pile of herbs is on the strong side, this pile is on the soft side, this pile is on the negative side, this pile is on the positive side, and this pile is on the neutral side. When she looked at the herbs, Yun Nuashing subconsciously categorized them. Then she took the last herb. It was a leaf, also known as the dragon soul leaf. It was one of the main ingredients of the dragon soul pill. Although it was a dragon soul, it was actually a herb nurtured by dragon blood. In the entire herb, only that leaf contained the dragon soul. This leaf was also the life of that herb. Once it was taken away, that herb would quickly wither and die. Dragon soul leaf. Yun Nuashing muttered. That strand of dragon soul was in the process of refining. If it was not handled properly, it would backfire on the alchemist. However, he had a soul contract with Foam, and Little Bing Air. One was one of the 4 divine beasts, and the other was the dragon clan's holy dragon, the dragon clan's king. This allowed him to have their weak aura. This dragon soul was easy to handle and would not hinder him. Let's try again. Sighing, Yun Nuashing concentrated and once again threw the herbs into the cauldron. Relying on his outstanding soul force and the might of the purple night dark flame, he quickly finished refining the herbs. Pausing for a moment, Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment, then nodded. His evil spirit eye suddenly began to operate. Array after array appeared in front of his eyes, surrounding the cauldron 360 degrees without any blind spots. Only then did he nod his head. Then he carefully controlled the purple night dark flame. Under the terrifying might of the divine flame, the essences of the various herbs were slowly fused together. Celestial cloud grass, 3 feather leaf, wind ring fruit, no problem. Poria root, green jade lotus, 5 flower buds, no problem either. Looking at the fusion of the various medicinal herbs, Yun Nuashing slightly relaxed for a second. Then he focused again. More than 10 formations frantically turned images into information and fed them back to him, allowing him to have complete insight into what was happening inside. He could even see the smallest details of the fusion of the medicinal herbs clearly. Dragon soul leaf. When the dragon soul leaf turned into a green-white liquid and slowly touched the colorful liquid, Yun Nuashing suddenly frowned. The arrays suddenly expanded and split apart. Shortly after, his face abruptly changed. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from within. That dazzling light was transmitted to his mind through dozens of arrays, almost blinding his eyes. Promptly closing his eyes, the barrier of the divine radiance mirror suddenly expanded. Yun Nuashing dryly howled as he covered his blinded eyes. Then rumble. Another earth-shattering explosion shook the entire hall. Yi Lin and the other two's teacups were shaken and the tea spilled all over the table. The three of them looked at each other in dismay, then looked at Yun Nuashing's room. They couldn't help but sigh. This girl should be fine, right? After the aftermath of the explosion, Yun Nuashing waited until his eyes weren't so painful before opening his eyes. He smiled bitterly as he rubbed his eyes. That brightness just now had almost blinded him. However, he also saw a problem. When the dragon soul leaf was fused into the medicinal ball, the strand of dragon soul that was originally suppressed suddenly revived and swallowed the entire medicinal ball in one gulp. As a result, the dragon soul leaf that was supposed to be fused into the medicinal ball became the dragon soul leaf that swallowed the medicinal liquid. The latter's medicinal liquid was also resisting with all its might, which was the reason for his failure. Yun Nuashing frowned and looked at the prescription again. This time he finally noticed a line of words. He couldn't help but read, "Only when the liquid is condensed and then fused can the pill be stabilized." I seem to understand. This time, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. Soon after, he waved his hand. Not long after, he began the last refinement. However, this time, he threw the dragon soul leaf into a corner of the cauldron and used his flame and spiritual strength to crazily compress it. Seeing him make a move, Lao Bai and the other two smiled knowingly. Lao Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems like this girl understands the problem. I didn't expect that I would be able to use the array to see the problem in the end. So what if this old man admires you? Yi Lin stroked his beard and laughed heartily. He looked as if he was happier than if he had advanced. He quickly finished refining all the medicinal ingredients and fused them together. However, this time the dragon soul leaf was like a spectator. It spun at the side and didn't have any intention of fusing with it. Yun Nuashing also stared intently. If his idea was wrong, then it wouldn't be fun. This test would probably be over. Condense. Yun Nuashing changed his hand seal and shouted softly. The large ball of colorful liquid began to be compressed by his spiritual strength and flame, speeding up their fusion. The flame surged, and the light purple flame illuminated Yun Nuashing's trembling hands and beautiful face. A drop of sweat slid down from his forehead, went past his cheek and fell to his chin. His colorful eyes stared intently, and at this moment he opened his evil spirit eye to its limit. He observed everything that was happening in the medicine cauldron without missing a single detail. It's now. After a short moment, when the fist-sized ball of medicinal liquid was compressed until only half its size was left, Yun Nuashing shouted inwardly. His hand seal suddenly changed, and he used his spiritual strength to control the large ball of medicinal liquid to collide with the green and white ball of medicinal liquid. This time, nothing special happened. The wisp of white soul energy didn't move again. It seemed as if it was unwilling, but it also didn't resist. Instead, it watched indifferently as it was engulfed by the large ball of medicinal liquid. Then it fused with it. Huff! Seeing that the dragon soul leaf had finally fused with it, Yun Nuashing sat on the ground and gasped for breath. This was really exhausting. His divine level soul couldn't keep up with the consumption. Yun Nuashing relaxed a little and gasped for breath for a while. Then he focused his mind on the medicine cauldron, and the flame became vigorous again. Chapter 768. In the quiet hall, Yilin, Lao Bai, and the other two rested on their chairs with their eyes closed as they waited quietly. They did not count how much time had passed, but they felt that at least half a day had passed. At this moment, no one had walked out of the room. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by Yi Lin's sneeze. Lao Bai and the immortal grade alchemist also slowly opened their eyes and glanced at Yi Lin. This made him feel a little embarrassed, and he coughed lightly. Yi Lin yawned and said lazily, "Looks like there are quite a few good seedlings. It's been half a day, and they still haven't come out." Lao Bai's old palm rubbed the armrest as he softly said, 10 of them will be stuck at the elite grade, 7 at the low grade, 2 at the elite grade, and 1 at the elite grade. The remaining 5 should be 2 at the quasi-immortal grade, 1 at the intermediate grade, and 2 at the elite grade. Everyone is doing their best. At this moment, no one has the ability to split their attention to do other things. Everyone is fully focused, Yi Lin said. Then he glanced at the room and could not help but chuckle. Senior White couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Yi Lin secretly laughing about something. However, he didn't say anything else. He sighed softly and glanced at the empty hall before closing his eyes once more and quietly waiting for time to pass. After a long while, when the 3 of them opened their eyes again, a door suddenly trembled slightly. The 3 of them turned their gazes over and stared intently at the door. Soon after, they saw a young man gently push open the door. His delicate and handsome face was somewhat pale and his long hair was messy. He seemed to be in a somewhat sorry state. Seeing the young man walk out, Yi Lin and the other 2 nodded slightly. Then Yi Lin said, "Elite grade, congratulations on becoming a member of the Yuanding City. You can go to the cultivation room outside to rest. After you are done, someone will give you the badges." The handsome young man held his chest and coughed twice. Then he respectfully clasped his hands at the 3 people. Then he staggered towards the black door. Just as he pushed it open, someone went up to greet him and brought him out. After the young man walked out, another door opened and another young man walked out. His face was as calm as water and his eyes were somewhat gloomy. After the young man walked out, he closed the door behind him. Then he glanced at Yi Lin and the other 2 and walked out without saying a word. "I say, great demon, don't tell me you don't intend to get the badge this time?" Seeing the gloomy young man directly walk out, Yi Lin couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. The young man, known as the Great Demon, stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at the trio and gently shook his head. "What's the point if I don't return to the peak?" Hearing this, Yi Lin smiled bitterly. "Back then, your soul was damaged and almost crippled. It's good that you're still alive. However, you'll have to start cultivating your soul again. You know how difficult it is when you tried to break through to the high saint grade. Now that you've recovered to the immortal grade, you'll have to take it one step at a time." The great demon sighed and shook his head. Turning around, he pushed open the black door and walked out without saying a word. "This old man is as stubborn as ever." Yi Lin rolled his eyes. White also nodded helplessly. Some time after the great demon came out, the doors to the rooms opened one by one. Figures flashed out one after another and finally stood in the hall. Although they were very tired, they still persevered and straightened their backs. They respectfully cupped their hands towards Yi Lin and the other 2. Yi Lin repeated what he said just now. These people staggered out of the hall. At this moment, they were so tired that they wanted to find a bed to sleep on. Naturally, they didn't want to stay any longer. After these people came out, a few more doors opened. Then, a few people walked out dejectedly. They even swayed a little as they walked. It seemed that they didn't reach the level they expected and were somewhat dispirited. After sending off the last group of people, Yi Lin and the other 2 looked at the last 2 doors and frowned. Why aren't the 2 of them coming out? Creak! When they looked over, the 2 doors opened at almost the same time. Then, Yun Nuashing and Zian walked out slowly. Yun Nuashing even stretched his back. Unlike the 2 groups of people who left earlier, Yun Nuashing and Zian didn't look pale at all. Instead, they looked very energetic. Those who didn't know better would think that they were just sleeping. They're all gone. Seeing that the hall was empty, Yun Nuashing scratched his head in shock. Then he instantly threw this question to the back of his mind. He looked at Zian and smiled. Zian also smiled sweetly. "Little star, what do you think?" "It's okay. I risked my life and forcefully passed the high-level immortal grade exam. After that, I tried 2 more times and consciously gave up." Yun Nuashing smiled. He almost risked his life to pass the high-level immortal grade exam, and he even had some luck. However, he stubbornly tried the divine grade alchemy, and the result was that he would only be wasting materials if he continued refining. He compared to a 14-year-old high-level immortal grade alchemist. "Little girl, you've broken a new record." While the two of them were talking, Yi Lin and the other 2 slowly stood up from their seats and walked to Yun Nuashing and Zian. Yi Lin said with a smile, seeing the 3 of them walking over. Yun Nuashing also smiled. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Master, you must be joking. We were just lucky. In terms of experience, we're still far from them." Hearing Yun Nuashing's words, Yi Lin and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. He was so talented at such a young age, but he wasn't arrogant. Instead, he was humble. He was a talent that could be molded. "My name is Yi Lin. This is Bai Ming and Muyang. The 3 of us are the elders of the Sacred Fire Guild in charge of the examination." Yi Lin said with a smile, "May I know who your master is?" Zian also cupped her hands. Mei Mao looked at the 3 of them slightly and blinked. Then she glanced at Yun Nuashing and laughed in her heart. They weren't really apprenticed, especially her. Yun Nuashing blinked and thought for a while. However, he shook his head and said, "We don't know what his actual name is. We only know that he always carries a saber on his back. That day he passed by and gave us some advice." Zian couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Yun Nuashing threw the blame to the Soul Saber Great Emperor and didn't admit that he was her master. A saber? Yi Lin and the other 2 were stunned and looked at each other. Then a look of horror flashed across their eyes. They seemed to have thought of something. Looking at their shocked expressions, Yun Nuashing and Zian couldn't help but be surprised. They didn't expect the Soul Saber Great Emperor's characteristics to be so obvious. They could recognize him just by saying that he carried a saber and was an alchemist. Just as Yun Nuashing thought, Yi Lin and the other 2 indeed instantly thought of the Soul Saber Great Emperor. This was because he was extremely well versed in the field of alchemists. His name was deeply engraved in the hearts of many alchemists, and he was almost a legend. Even though he guessed that they might be talking about him, Yi Lin didn't ask in detail. Today, when he saw Yun Nuashing and Bai Ming's shaky alchemy techniques, he felt that what they said was true. Perhaps the master felt that these 2 little girls were quite talented and gave them some advice when he passed by. "Excuse me." Seeing the 3 looking at her, Yun Nuashing called out weakly. Only then did the 3 look at her. Then they heard Yun Nuashing say, "Can we receive our badges?" Hearing this, Yi Lin smiled and nodded. "Of course, there's no problem. Wait a moment. I'll get someone to deliver it to you." Given their status, they were top-notch even in Yuanding City. Even dazzling Fire Palace and Morning Pill, Sacred Hall, wouldn't ignore them. Usually, when they walked outside, anyone who saw them would respectfully greet them. However, the talent and current achievements displayed by the 2 girls in front of them made them not dare to neglect them. In particular, when they heard that the master behind them might be that person, they became extremely solemn. Their future achievements would definitely be much higher than theirs. Not long after he finished speaking, the black door was pushed open again. 2 women walked in respectfully, carefully holding a set of purple gold clothes in their hands. They respectfully handed it to Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing, and on top of clothes, there was a high-grade immortal grade badge. This is the clothing of high-grade alchemists in Yuanding City. It's also a symbol of status. Of course, it's not made of ordinary cloth. After wearing it, it can help you maintain a clear state of mind while refining pills. It can also increase the success rate of refining pills Yulin said with a smile. Yun Nuashing, curiously, looked at the purple gold robe. It was cool and soft to the touch, just like the touch he felt when he held Zian and Feng Er's little hands. Taking the badge, Yun Nuashing glanced at it and found that the scarlet flames in the background had turned golden. A large immortal character was engraved on it, and 3 stars arranged in an inverted triangle were extremely bright. Yun Nuashing secretly glanced at Zian's badge. Then he was stunned and opened his mouth in astonishment. Zian, who was beside him, saw him stiffen and poked his face in amusement. Then she waved the badge in her hand and looked at Yun Nuashing's badge. She smiled and said, "Mine is not worse than little stars." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had risked his life to pass the high-grade immortal grade assessment. He didn't expect Zian to pass as well. Moreover, her conditions were obviously not as good as his. If Zian had the same conditions, she would probably beat him. Hee little girl, you didn't expect this, right? You're not the best. The high-grade immortal grade pill she refined in the end was even better than the one you refined. Lao Bai couldn't help laughing when he saw Yun Nuashing's astonished expression. Yun Nuashing's smile became even more bitter. His god-ranked soul and divine flames couldn't compare to this girl who had nothing. He knew that Zian's 5 elements power was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Zian couldn't help but smile when she saw his gloomy appearance. She stretched out her hand and gently poked his face, slightly easing his gloomy mood. Yun Nuashing's mood was slightly complicated and his face was gloomy. He had so many advantages, but he still couldn't compare to Zian, whose conditions weren't as good as his. But at the same time he was happy and gratified. Naturally, he was happy to see Zian's talent in alchemy. The purple gold robes have a lot of authority in the Origin Cauldron City. They can even get preferential treatment when using the teleportation gate. We won't talk about more, you can experience it for yourself. Yi Lin said with a smile. As for roping them in, they had thought about it, but they didn't have a reason to say it. Not to mention that there might be that person behind Yun Nuashing and the others. Just based on their current grades, their status wouldn't be lower than theirs. Although Yi Lin felt a little regretful that they didn't have a reason to rope them in, he couldn't help but feel a little proud when he thought about how the youngest high-grade immortal grade alchemist was from their Sacred Fire Guild. Yun Nuashing casually put away his robes and badge. He didn't intend to change into them now. He then cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Seniors, I have something to ask." "Oh, feel free to speak," Yi Lin nodded with a smile. Seeing Yun Nuashing's humble appearance, he liked him even more in his heart. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips and exchanged a glance with Zian. He then fixed his gaze on the trio and said softly, "To be honest, we came from the Origin Cauldron City because we heard that someone here had a piece of mixed yuan iron essence. That's why we came here. We also felt that it would be a little troublesome if we didn't have an identity in the Origin Cauldron City." Mixed yuan iron essence? Yi Lin and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They then exchanged glances with each other and smiled bitterly. Why did he mention this? Yun Nuashing scratched his head in confusion when he saw the trio's reaction.